Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, this is Konda here, the moderator for this session. Yesterday, we had brilliant ideas and points brought out by experts in their respective fields. So while the first session for today begins at 2 p.m., we are starting a bit early to address some of the select questions and comments. I will summarize the early start by reiterating some of the key take-home messages from yesterday. The messages are: policy frameworks need to prioritize to focus on increasing agricultural incomes, particularly of small and marginal farmers. Production needs to be aligned to market demands and sustainable use of resources, keeping economy and ecology in equilibrium. We have achieved food security and need to strive for nutrition security. Suitable policies to support women agripreneurship and encourage youth through investment and modernization to prevent agro brain drain. Align agricultural incentives to tackle externalities for sustainable food systems. Farmers should be encouraged to adopt agri-allied income-generating activities to improve incomes, resilience, and thereby reduce dependency on subsidies. Enabling environment for strengthening food value chains will make Indian agriculture economically viable. Policy frameworks need to give equal importance to economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Trade-off based approaches are no longer functional. Agriculture infrastructure needs to be given priority, especially in rain-fed, tribal, and mountain farming. Technological solutions such as nanotechnology could be a potential game changer for agriculture industry. Now that I have shared the key messages, the chair for the session, Professor Ramesh Chand, will be joining us in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, may I request Dr. Dalwai to share his views?
The submission that the government made in the petition that.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Konda. I will quickly come to the issues and share some of my thoughts on yesterday's overview. First of all, I must say that we've had very comprehensive address by Mr. Maximo Torreira, and we had intense analysis and comprehensive recommendations by Professor Ramesh Chand. We have had elaborate explanations, particularly with reference to technology by Dr. Shyam Khadka, and of course, very unconventional approach to policy perspective by my seniors, Sri Alok Sinha ji and Sri Ashish Bhavuna ji. And of course, the whole context was set by Honorable Vice President, Honorable Minister, Honorable Vice Chairman, Honorable Member, and everybody else, including our ADG FAO. One thing that came out at the end of yesterday's discussion was that everybody is in sync with one another's thought. Everybody is talking about a similar direction of change, and everyone is asking for a paradigm shift in the Indian agriculture system. So now, sharing my view, it may look that I'm only paraphrasing what has been said yesterday, but then I'm trying to put that in a logical manner, and mostly in sync with what our own Committee on Doubling Farmers' Income also has advocated. The first thing is that the supply side economics does not hold good anymore in agriculture sector. Earlier, it was based on a static thought and static model, wherein it was believed that consumers need food and keep their body and soul together. That was the assumption. The second assumption was farmer producers are happy with subsistence economy. Third assumption was that natural resources are elastic and are not impacted negatively by indiscreet and irrational mining of resources. Now, the change suggested by all is to adopt a demand-side economic model in contrast to supply-side economic model. And this means that we need to have a folk-to-farm approach in contrast to farm-to-fork approach. And this suggests that we need to build an agriculture value system based on market-to-farm gate model. That's the new change that we should talk about. When we talk about a demand-side agriculture economics, what it really means is that we look at the consumer perspective and the demand is for nutrition. And we need to look at the farmer perspective as farmer entrepreneurs, and the demand is jobs and incomes. And third, ecological perspective, that is for sustainability. When we talk of nutrition, we should know that food is nothing but a subset of nutrition, because nutrition has 3 macronutrients and 3 micronutrients. And food means carbohydrates. Carbohydrates is just one of the 3 macronutrients. If we have these 3 demands, how do you reconcile these 3 apparently contradictory demands? I think that's the challenge for the agriculture system. The first one is, the suggestion is to adopt agriculture value system. There is a difference between agriculture value chain and value system. Agriculture value chain is just one subset of agriculture value system. And in the value system, we need to integrate several value chains at all stages, that is pre-production, production, and post-production, in such a manner that they integrate into one another and move up the value chain. And this will help in resource use efficiency. That's what everybody talked about, to achieve total factor productivity, whether it's water or nutrient or pesticide, whatever it is. Second one is most important, optimization. I'm not talking maximization. I'm talking of optimization of returns on investment. The second aspect under this reconciliation is, how do you adopt production technology? Now, I think when you talk of production technology, volume increase is a must, and volume increase will come only based on productivity, whether it is animal species or fisheries or crops. It will come only on productivity, because our resources, including land, are inelastic. And if we are talking about increasing the volume, they have to respond to rational use of inputs. Similarly, new breeds of animals and fisheries, extremely important. I think this point was very well made out by Mr. Bahuguna, where he talked about agriculture not equivalent to crops, but agriculture equivalent to several subsectors. However, since there has been a lot of talk about organic farming, natural farming, which is of course a response to the depredation that we're seeing in the soil environment, I would suggest that we can't have a blind shift to non-chemical based agriculture. As examples show across the world, there are many countries, including Japan, whose intensity of use of inorganic fertilizer is much more than in India, but still the residues are much less than ours. So what we need to do is that the critical infrastructure importance of genetically modified crops, including gene editing, etc. Besides conventional breeding, because India is extremely rich in biodiversity, we have 46,000 species of fauna and 96,000 species of flora, and we just use 1.5% of the biodiversity. So along with conventional breeding, we should also use the GM technology, and we need to reconcile quantum with healthy, safe, and secure food. So how do we base on science, technology, and innovation is another aspect of production technology. See, the related to this resource use efficiency, where people are talking about building soil organic carbon. Yes, building soil organic carbon is very important. But then at the field level, the plants pick up the nutrients in ionic form. Whether it comes from inorganic source or organic source, it does not matter. What matters is that we are providing the plants enough of nutrients, and that has to be based on evidence. So therefore, soil test, water test, nanotechnology, Internet of Things, precision agriculture, all these things are important. And alongside this is capacity building of farmers for continuous upgradation of knowledge. Even the most progressive farmers of Punjab do not know many a time how to use pesticides, how to use chemical fertilizers, and the problems lies there and not just in use of agrochemicals per se. The next aspect of production technology is that we need to adopt landscape-based agriculture production system. When we talk of landscape-based system, we are meaning it has to be in sync with agroecology. It has to be in sync with agricultural structure dominated by smaller marginal farmers. And then increasing land lease approach. Today, we have had 10% of the land in India is under lease as compared to 3% in 2011-12. And then increasing fragmentation. And therefore, what it means is that technology for productivity is only a necessary condition. It's not a sufficient condition. With technology, we can have increasing productivity. But if we want that to be in sync with agroecology, then technology alone is not sufficient. The reason is that if a rain-fed farmer or a farmer in a desert area like Rajasthan is expected to grow pulses or millets, he will not be convinced of the argument that we give him because he does not see any money in that. After all, farmer is a rational economic animal. He would be incentivized by returns from the markets and not by the technology and ecology alone. Therefore, the suggestion is the need to adopt differentiated incentive system. We need to have different incentives for different crops, different animal categories, different fishery activities. So I would suggest that let us adopt a system of payment of farmers, what is called ecological compensation. If we want them to adhere to the agroecology, we must be able to differentiate the returns from different crops and different activities and make eco compensation to the farmers, particularly in rain-fed areas, water-stressed areas, etc. Earlier, in fact, this suggestion had come from Professor Ramesh Chand 2 years back when he made a presentation to the Honorable Prime Minister. He had taken up Belgaum, Karnataka as a case study where 17 types of crops are grown, and he found that returns on different crops are varying, and therefore we need to compensate those people who are adhering to agroecology but getting lesser returns, make some compensation. So we need to work out intercrop return differentials for all agriculture systems. Next one is agriculture has to be viewed from three perspectives. One is from individual farmer perspective as an aspirant. He is no more a subsistence farmer. Today's world in 21st century is an aspiring farmer, and therefore he is looking for higher incomes, and incomes are integral to welfare. Second, nation has certain requirements. That means we want to be Atmanirbhar or self-sufficient in different commodities, but we want those commodities to be grown according to the agroecology. And third, globe, the earth itself is asking for certain demand that it has to be ecologically sound. So how do we reconcile these three things? So I would say that the only way to reconcile ecology and economy is to shift from price support system to income support based assistance. When you have price system, then the farmer is incentivized wrongly. For example, we got free electricity in Punjab, or subsidized water availability, or urea at highly subsidized rate. Then farmers will use those things whether it is ecologically sound or not. If we shift from this price support system to income support system, then a more rational decision will be taken by the farmers. Okay, now the next important thing under production technology is risk management. We have of course known that financial tools like crop insurance or the livestock insurance, whereas of course the livestock insurance will not done much work. We need to make a lot of progress there. But I think more important are non-finance based tools, deploying prediction and forecasting tools like price, demand and supply management, weather forecasting, and pest and disease forecasting in real times, so that the farmers are able to negotiate, take advanced action, and reduce the probability or potential loss of production and incomes. So we need to use appropriate statistical models combined with digital platforms to generate real-time data and share with the farmers. The fourth point that I would like to highlight is the new mandate for agriculture. What is the new mandate for agriculture? In fact, it has come out very clearly yesterday. And in fact, in our committee report also, we have made suggestion to this. Now, here are certain assumptions that I would like to talk about is that first is we need to have a paradigm shift from conventional policy. The conventional policy, which Dr. Shyam Khadka brought out, was that agriculture sector is meant to produce just food and fodder. That means Annadata pedestal. We need to dismantle the Annadata pedestal. Stop worshipping the farmers, recognize him as an entrepreneur. Second, we believe that agriculture is to ensure consumer protection at any cost. We had therefore anti-farmer inflation management in our country. The food basket in the wholesale price index, food constitutes 46% share, and we have always managed inflation in the interest of consumers at the cost of farmers. I'm not saying consumers don't need protection, but that should be outside the policy of protecting the farmers. The third one is stop considering agriculture as a default professional fallback option. You have nothing else to do, so you come into agriculture. It has to be a profession of choice. And relating to this is that India needs to opt out of the Western economic model. The Western economic model, which was more suited to 19th century, where colonial powers had access to all kinds of markets all over the world. Simultaneously, in the 19th century, the technology was there, but it was not labor substituting. So because they were aided by access to colonial markets, they had the option of lower technology. They could easily find demand for increasing supply. They kept on supplying and they could find easy demands anywhere else. They could access new markets anywhere, and they could shift labor from agriculture to marketing. And therefore, what we need today is a different kind of approach. These are the primary assumptions I would like to suggest. And that another belief is that as a nation's economy matures, we always think that percentage of people dependent on agriculture for their livelihood will reduce. That is a wrong perception. And then that is, of course, related to, as it was brought out yesterday, Arthur Lewis' model, where he thinks that the modern technology, modern economy, constituted by the manufacturing sector, the service sector, they will have profits, they'll have savings, they'll keep on investing, then therefore there will be continuous expansion, and they will absorb the surplus manpower from agriculture. Today, yes, they may expand, but because of the substitution nature of the technology, they will not be able to absorb the labor from agriculture. So we have to look not just for incremental demand. We cannot have incremental demand continuously created. How do we do that? There are two ways. We have been talking about exports. We've been talking one nation, one market. But even that has got a limitation. That territorial expansion of market has a limitation. We therefore need to go for functional expansion of markets. That means finding demand, new demand for agriculture commodities outside the basket of food fodder alone. And that, I think, will take us towards called a bioeconomy. So in this context, the new mandate for agriculture that I would like to suggest is that first, agriculture has a moral responsibility to ensure nutrition security and not just food security. So we can call that as a moral responsibility. Second, generate gainful employment and profitable returns. We have never looked at agriculture as a job creating avenue, as a profit generating avenue. We have always called it as subsistence economy. Subsistence economy is one where the farmers are wanting just to produce food for their own families. Third one, reorient production system from pure food centricity to nutrition and economy to Africa and Asia. They found industrial raw commodities in agriculture. So we need to expand agriculture to feed agriculture industry for biofuels, biomaterials, and bioenzymes. I think we have been extremely hesitant in linking agriculture produce to the industry. But if we want continuous expansion of the demand for agriculture produce,
Dr. Silvai, just a point. You are making very, very valuable comments, but we have to conclude this session by 2 p.m. So we will find some other opportunity to get your remaining comment in some of the sessions. But as of now, if you can conclude, I will be grateful.
Right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate. So I'll conclude in 1 minute now. Next mandate has to be adopt diversification and comprehensive agriculture, not just crops, but animal husbandry, fisheries, aquaculture, because of the new ones. And stop calling these as allied sectors. Now they have their own right. Consider the growth rate that is happening from 2001 and 2. I think we should stop calling these as allied sectors. They're agriculture sectors in their own right. The next one is that new mandate has to be promote agriculture as two components. One is as primary agriculture, that is biologically generated produce. Second one is secondary agriculture. Secondary agriculture that adds value through different kinds of processing, from primary processing to high-end processing, must become an independent subject within the Ministry of Agriculture, both at state and national level. And then last point that I would like to say is ensure ecologically sustainable production technology. And we should transit from green revolution and white revolution to farmers' income revolution. The reason is green revolution and white revolution are only talking of production centricity, whereas farmers' income revolution will take into account pre-production, production, and post-production, and see how this entire technology and business principle converts into money at a very efficient. So I will stop here, sir, and then I had a few more points, but I think I will. Only one point I would like to say is that all policies, whether acts or bills, must be based on the principle that farmer is a weaker party. Adam Smith's market policy won't work unless we consider farmer is a weaker party. So we must have a farmer's bias in whatever kinds of policy you bring out, whether it's relating to market, relating to production, relating to subsidies. So I'll stop here, sir, and thank you very much. And we should aim by 2030 of making agriculture to have a share of at least 20% in the GVA of the nation, not 16% or declining rate. It has to go up to 20%. Only then we'll be able to generate jobs and incomes for the farmers, and that will be the way to solve SDGs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shokji. Really very, very valuable inputs. Sometimes I used to feel whether you are bureaucrat or academics. Really, you have so much clarity and so much conviction about right way forward. So we will certainly give due consideration to all your suggestions while framing the final document on way forward. Thank you. So next is Dr. Parveen Malik. So Malik Saab, just for 5 minutes, because we have probably Dr. A.K. Singh also, and we have to conclude by 2 p.m. So I invite Dr. Parveen Malik to make brief comments for 4-5 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, maybe because you have already overviewed the whole session in wonderful paper along with Dr. Shyam Khadka, and then it's supplemented very well by Dr. Alok Sinha, and specifically from my side, because I am representing Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Mr. Ashish Bahuguna has specifically came out with that point, and now Dr. Dalwai has specifically pointed it out that we may stop calling them as allied sectors. It's a separate sector now. So definitely I'll be talking on those. In fact, when we are talking about the agriculture, and we are seeing in what has to happen in next 10 years, in the next decade. So we definitely have to basically diversify ourselves from not only the crop sciences, but into different other fields, including livestock. And for that matter, livestock subsector plays a vital role in Indian economy, and as already has been pointed out that it's accounting around 5% in the total GDP or GVA at current prices, and around like 1/3 of the agriculture and light sector GDP. So as such, we are basically leaders in not only milk, but also in egg production, in meat production also, particularly buffalo and mutton and chicken. So that way, this sector has got tremendous scope, and the way it is growing, the way it has shown its growth rate, probably it needs proper attention in terms of support, in terms of funding, in terms of that kind of contribution to match the contribution of this particular sector in the country's economy. If you see of the about 80 million rural households are engaged in milk production, with very high proportion being small and marginal or landless farmers. अगर इसमें देखते हैं तो 86% of the total farmers are small and marginal, and they together own only about 48% of the farmland, whereas about more than 75% of the milch animals. It means like when it has come to the husbandry practices, it's much more common to these farmers, and as such, the crop production is generally seasonal. Yesterday also, Mr. Alok Sinha and others have specifically pointed out that they basically get the money only when the harvesting is there. But as such, in the livestock, it's a year-round income which is generated with a gainful employment in this rural sector. Further, the contribution of women, it's a large proportion of the requirement of labor in the dairy industry as such, and therefore it becomes an important vehicle for inclusive development of the country. When we say livestock, in Hindi we call it Pashudhan. So it's a capital to the livestock owner or farmer. And as such, today we are leading not only in numbers but also in production. But at the same time, per capita availability, the per capita availability either of milk, meat, or egg, it's very, very low. So we need to basically concentrate in these 10 years from production side to the productivity side. And for this, probably we have to fight the challenges of shortage of water and feed to the animals. We have to look into better conditions of breeding policies and breeding technologies, as well as the issues of emerging diseases on the health side. So these three pillars are very, very important in the livestock production. That's animal breeding, feeding, and health. But at the same time, as rightly pointed out by previous speakers also, that we have to have a seamless chain in the whole process, from the backward linkages to the forward linkages. We are not just concentrating about the husbandry practices, we should be also looking into the value addition and marketing conditions for this. So the marketing conditions, when we are talking about, we generally talk about meat, milk, and egg, but the byproduct utilization, as Honorable Vice President Sir and the speakers in the beginning are talking about the organic farming, where the livestock manure is also very, very important, which is a big contribution to this particular sector of agriculture. In breeding, we have to come up with the high genetic merit bulls, but then the current process of selection of this is very, very slow. It takes many years. So we have to shift from the current practices of pedigree selection or progeny testing for that matter into the genomic selection mechanisms, which requires the adoption of technologies, development of technologies for the indigenous animals. Right now, we have got the technologies for the selection for exotic animals like Holstein and other breeds, but we need to have this one. At the same time, we have to have some kind of indigenous technology for sorting of semen on gender basis, so that we can have more females only for the production purposes. We have already started utilizing IVF, that is ovum pickup in vitro fertilization of animals to get the better quality, superior germplasm in the animal in a shorter time. But this has to be taken to the farmer, to the field, so that these things can be converted into incentives immediately in a shorter time. So these technologies which are available either in breeding on these sites have to be taken to the farmers. At the same time, we have to look into the better mechanisms of detection of heat, that is like to tackle the issues of infertilities and others, and improved AI equipment like the video assisted equipment have come up. So we have to come up similar technologies to basically utilize the available livestock in our sector in a much better way, so that maximum productivity can be ascertained from these animals. At the same time, on nutritional aspect, we have to look into the production of silages, the mineral mixtures, or some kind of balancing. One point was also raised during the discussion was about the production of methane by the industry.
You are listed
Just
as
a minute. Just 1 minute. I'm concluding, sir, right here. So in this, we have to look into the technologies for reduction of methane also. On health side, probably in another session, we'll be talking about the pandemics and diseases. So, but the better diagnostics, better vaccines, and we have to speak about the One Health aspect, so that the human side also is saved from this. And at the same time, we have to take the consideration of climate change and the effect of these climate changes on livestock population. On the value addition side, on product utilization side, marketing side, we have to look into the traceability of both animals and the products through some kind of digitalization mechanism, where we have already started on something, but in these 10 years, probably we have to come up into a mechanism where each and every animal can be traced back, and the products can have a market not only within the country, but also internationally and globally. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to explain and basically contribute from the animal husbandry sector in agriculture field, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malik. We look forward to listen to your remaining thought in the next session, where you are one of the discussants. Friends, we have already crossed even the extended time. With the permission from the chairperson of next session, T. Nandakumar ji, I would like to take 3-4 minutes to take the questions which have been raised on the issues that we discussed in the first session. But I will not take more than 3-4 minutes. Mr. Naik has just raised this question. Is current policy framework with respect to market and pricing support smallholder practice of diverse cropping system which has greater resilience? Naik Saab, the answer is no. You see, we should not be making false pretense that no, we are doing all those things. If you look at the present policies, they are product specific and they are input specific. If we look at what you have in mind, cropping system, I find that right now we do not have policies to do that. And as I mentioned this yesterday, that this also is due to a difficulty in having right set of policies in pushing cropping system. So we seek input from thinking people like you that how we can move from product to cropping system kind of support, both in output and input. Ms. Gauri Sareen, she has asked a couple of questions, and right now also she's putting a lot of valuable comments and question. So I will just take the question which she raised on session of yesterday. But policy reform are required to protect and sustain smallholder against retail giant monopoly. That is what for we are meeting, that what kind of safeguards are needed for smallholder and a marginal farmer. Like FPO could be one such model, but there could be other kind of model also. This is what we intend to discuss during these 3 days. But Ms. Sreen, as far as I feel that India is not going to have monopoly of any retail giants. You see, in fact, no country is having a monopoly. There is a possibility that one firm is very strong, it is very big, but no country by law is allowing monopolies. We also in India have Competition Commission of India. Earlier we had MRTPC. So there is a possibility that we have 5-6 giants. But just to think of monopoly, I don't think that kind of situation will exist. And sometimes I think we also exaggerate the threat and fear of such things. Like one example which occurred to me, we have fashion giant, we have H&M and many others that have not closed shops of tailors. Tailors are still working. So this is what I would like to respond. Then Ashish Kumar has raised this paradox of attracting youth to agriculture and parallelly pushing diversification of rural economy into non-agriculture activities. Since yesterday, what we have been discussing right from the lecture of Maximo also, we need to improve human capital in agriculture. We need to take new knowledge into agriculture. I think youth will leave agriculture once they are getting good education, a specialized education. You will just find that they will move out of agriculture in search of greener pastures. And all of us also know that agriculture cannot provide decent livelihood to 45% population, which is right now dependent on it. It must reduce. But we would be needing is some quality kind of human asset in agriculture. That is very, very important. And I think ultimately India would need to move toward what Dr. S.S. Johal used to say in his interviews, part-time farmers. A smallholder howsoever smart agriculture he or she does, it may not give him adequate income. So need to be both part-time farmer and part-time working in non-agriculture activities. And if those activities are around her farm in the same area, that becomes very helpful in working at both the places. Gauri has again asked that how can we incentivize farmer to diversify and use MSP as a tool. So I would say MSP itself is a great incentive, but what will be sustainable is to create a facilitative environment for those kind of things which you have in mind. For everything, we should not be looking toward cash kind of incentive. I think if we create right kind of environment, that is more encouraging, that is more attracting than always thinking in terms of monetary incentive and cash incentive kind of things. Naik Saab has again asked other question, how can FPO model support economic viability of diverse smallholders? I think there's a lot of literature on this, how FPO are helping. We have so many FPC, farmer help group. Lot of literature is written on that, and they are there in every state. It is not that they are part of only one state. The last question is again from Mr. Naik. Does the type of farming system, diverse farming versus monocropping, have an impact on the water holding capacity of soil and water table? As far as I read in the literature, that a system approach is better than monoculture for natural resources, for overall ecology. For the individual barter table, what will happen, it depends upon what kind of cropping system you are talking. If earlier, say, rice and sugarcane are not in the cropping system you are introducing now, and they being a barter guzzler crops, it is possible that while you are moving, say, from pulses and oilseed to a cropping system which is having barter guzzler crops, it can have adverse effect on barter tables. So I think depending upon what kind of agroclimatic situation we have, so if cropping system are designed for that, then we can take care of the concern which you have expressed, soil and barter table. So that's all. So I really apologize from the chairperson of the next section that we overshooted our time by 9 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ramesh Chand. The next session will be on transforming Indian agriculture. Mr. Rakesh Kapoor will moderate the session. Over to you, Rakesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Konda. So, welcome everybody to this first technical session of this conference. And I will, Nandu Kumar is here, Bharat is here, and we have to chair this session, and the authors, Professor Gulati and Ms. Ritika Juneja. Dr. Ashok Gulati has also joined, and the discussants for this session are Mr. Ajay Veer Jakar and Dr. Arvind Padi. I'll briefly introduce them. So I am Rakesh Kapoor. I work as a foresight consultant with FAO, and I'll briefly introduce the dignitaries for this session. Mr. Nandu Kumar is a former chairman of the Spices Board of India. He's former Secretary, Food and Agriculture, Government of India. He's former member, National Disaster Management Authority, and former chairman of the National Dairy Development Board. Professor Gulati is the Infosys Chair Professor for Agriculture at the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations. As you are all aware, he's part of the Supreme Court Committee on the Current Farm Acts, and we are very lucky that he has had the time to join us for this session today. Prior to his current association with the career, he was the chairman of the Commission for Agricultural Costs and Prices, Government of India, and director at the International Food Policy Research Institute for more than 10 years. He's a prolific writer. His columns appear in various newspapers, including the Indian Express, and he was honored with the Padma Shri in 2015. The co-author, Ms. Ritika Juneja, is a consultant at ICRIER. She works on agriculture innovations, revolutions, agriculture credit, farm mechanization, structural transformation, etc. And she has earlier worked with the Quality Council of India of the government to assess and evaluate government initiatives such as Swachh Bharat, Clean Mission, Public Grievance Redressal, etc. Discussant, Mr. Ajay Veer Jakar, is a farmer. He's a citrus farmer from village Maujgarh in Punjab. He's chairman of Bharat Krishak Samaj, a farmers association. He is also chairman of the Punjab State Farmers and Farm Workers Commission, which is a statutory advisory body to the Punjab State Government. He is also vice chair of the Action Track 2 Forum for the UN Food System Summit and member of the Stewardship Board on Food Systems initiative of the World Economic Forum. So he is a very rooted person and yet connected with these international initiatives. Dr. Arvind Kumar Padhi is a member of the National Advisory Panel on Agri-Nutrition under Government of India's program Poshan Abhiyan, and he is Director, Country Relations and Business Affairs at ICRISAT. He is an IAS officer from the Odisha cadre, and he was instrumental in drafting the Odisha State Agriculture Policy 2008. So these are the dignitaries for our session today. I'll quickly share with you the session plan so that we are clear as to how exactly we are proceeding. We'll try to do good time management in this session. Mr. Nandkumar, Chair, and I had discussed about how we are going to be doing this. And just a second. Yes. No, but I'm just sharing the session plan for a minute, that's all. It will be done by the chairperson. Okay, I'll just read this out. So the remarks by the opening remarks by the chairperson for 2 minutes and theme presentation for 25 minutes. Okay, so Nandkumar ji, I hand over the session to you. Kindly make your remarks and start.
Thank you. We're looking forward to a very, very interesting session. We have a young Ritika and of course what I call the 3 A's of agriculture, Ashok, Aravind and Ajay. I think between them they bring a lot of national and international experience. So I think we can look forward to a very stimulating discussion. I would request all of them to kindly adhere to the time limits because I don't want to request the next chairman for an extension. I have been given 2 minutes for an introductory remarks. I won't have much to say because I would reserve most of it for the end. I would rather hear Ashok, Ajay and Arvind. But before handing over to Ashok, let me just share a few thoughts which you may find it slightly out of the ordinary because I'm closer to the Indian Ocean than people in Delhi. So therefore my view may not necessarily reflect what's touted as a national point of view. The first, of course, is that ideally this session on transforming agriculture should have been the last, because we would have had the benefit of hearing all the other sessions and their inputs and would have been a much enriched document if we had that advantage. But however, I suppose at the end of it, we would need to revise this. The most important thing that I would like to say in this seminar is very often we including me, who call ourselves experts, tend to take a view that we know what is best for the farmers. And I would very humbly disagree with that view. We may have a lot of knowledge, but I think farmers today are much better informed and they are definitely wiser than most of us. And let's not forget that farmers are the largest private entrepreneurs in this country, and each of them take a decision on their own understanding of the conditions. So let's treat them as individual private entrepreneurs who have worked hard for reaching where they are. The other issue that I would like to highlight is that Indian agriculture, different regions and different farmers have different endowments, different challenges, and different opportunities. And any policy that we try to do has to recognize this fact that one size doesn't fit all. And that is precisely why agriculture is a state subject. And I think there was a lot of discussion at some point on making district agriculture plans. I don't know why we gave out that idea at some point, because I still think that's a very relevant concept. I was listening to a lot of presentations and very learned interactions yesterday, and the two words that came up most frequently were food security and undernutrition. I think our entire agriculture policy was founded on this whole concept of food security or food insecurity. And very often we miss out in these narratives the fact that farmers and farm workers probably form the majority of the poor and the undernutritious. So I don't think we should really treat them in a different silo. They're probably the largest part of that category as well. Now, is it time for us to shift our focus from food security and nutrition and shift on to farmers' well-being and farm workers' well-being and prosperity? Probably yes. And I think that is where the new strategy for 2030 should really focus on. I'm sure that Ashok has a lot to say on this, but I would only say that we need a macro policy view focused primarily on farmers and farm workers' welfare and prosperity, but differentiated strategies for different regions and innovative micro plans for implementation. And the last point is, let us create a policy and strategy that is enabling, and let's not impose this on the farmers. With these initial comments, can I invite my good friend Ashok to come and make his or is it Ritika?
Thank you very much.
25 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the organizers for giving me this opportunity. It's going to be 50-50 between the two of us, me and Ritika. I'll start and she will end the game with nutrition and what best we can do, perhaps in that. Can we have the slides going, please, Ritika? Next, please, quick. We have 15 minutes. Next, please. Yeah, there are 4 things that we are going to talk about. What is the structural transformation that has happened in this country? And when we talk about it, it's primarily what is happening to land, what is happening to water, and irrigation, labor, and capital. These are the 4 basic factors of production that go into it. And how are we producing and what is happening to these. Then how we have turned from food deficit to surplus. That is another part which Mr. Nandakumar was referring to, food security question. Food security question perhaps we have tackled, but food nutrition question is still on the table. Then I think not only nutrition we have to look at, how we have produced and what has happened to our natural resource endowments. And that is very, very critical. You can't think of a production policy and the structural transformation that is taking place if you are doing a permanent damage to your natural resources. And therefore, what are the ways out of it? I think we'll end with a positive note. Ritika would do that. Next, please. Please. Let's start with a reasonably good picture of 4 decades, what has happened to Indian agriculture. We have given the decade-wise, or not getting into which government was in power or not, but probably a situation that the best are when you have about 0.5% to 4% rate of growth. There were bad years or stretch in between for almost 9-10 years when the growth collapsed to 2.5%, and that built a lot of dissentment within the farming community. So if we can target, and most of the 5-year plans had been targeting 4% rate of growth, we have not achieved that, although it is possible to achieve much more than that, but we'll have to find the markets because of our population growth. When it is growing at 1% or 2% earlier, when you grow at a much faster pace in agriculture, you have to find markets and the purchasing power for the people to consume. And that is where I think we are lagging. Next, please. Land. This is the basic factor of production. And what we know is that over decades, the holding size has come down from 2.3 hectares to 1.08 hectares. And in the foreseeable future of the next 10 years at least, this is likely to keep on going down before perhaps it starts turning up, when the labor will start shifting away in a big way from agriculture. Only then the holding size will increase. But it's not the holding size going down, but the bottom is swelling. Earlier they were only contributing about 21% of the operated area, but now they are contributing almost 47% of the operated area. So not only shrinking size, but the swelling bottom, and that poses a challenge, how to aggregate their produce, how to get the technology down to those people which are small and marginal, and that's a big challenge for the years to come. At least next 10 years. Next, please. Now, what we have within the cropping structure, the land, the way it is being used, 71% was under food grain segment in 82-83 triennium ending. That has come down to about 62% today, which is a good sign, which reflects that some diversification is taking place. But we'll come back to this diversification thing, that it needs to accelerate much faster, both for nutrition purpose as well as for higher incomes of the farmers. And we are moving somewhat slowly on this front. Next, please. If you look at the gross value of output, how that was the land allocation. But today, if you think about livestock sector and the fishery sector together, almost 40% of that is coming from this. And the cereal group or the food grain segment has come down from 29% to 20%. So this obsession that we have, that food security is only with the cereals, I think that was true perhaps in 60s and 70s. It's no more. If you want higher and higher incomes of the farmers, they are not going to come from the cereal group. They have to come from the horticulture group or the livestock sector or the fisheries. And that needs to be kept in mind very much. Next, please. Now, what is happening on the waterfront? And this is a slide which are actually 3 parameters into this. What is the irrigation ratio? A state like Punjab is more or less fully irrigated, 99% irrigation. The cropping intensity is very high, and accordingly the fertilizer consumption is high. On the bottom ends would be those which are having lower consumption of fertilizer, lower irrigation ratio, and lower cropping intensity. So water is critical for agriculture to start with, and therefore irrigation and how we are using that water will come later to that. But overall the situation has improved, but it varies from state to state, Punjab being the most blessed one and others are less. Next, please. We talked about land and water, but labor, I think 2 things are clear. One, that overall the workforce in agriculture, the absolute number has increased over a period of time tremendously, from 85 million in 1991 to 263 million by 2011, the census, what it gives. But as a percentage of the total workforce engaged, That has come down from 63% to 42%. So that's a good sign, but its share, agriculture's share in overall GDP has come down much faster from 27% to 16%. If the labor doesn't move out of agriculture at a faster pace, in a shrinking pie of the overall GDP, more and more labor is dependent on that, and that becomes more an issue of not productive agriculture, but a sort of a safety net, and that gives a signal that the future has to be where labor can be taken out of agriculture, and where they will go, whether to build supply lines or to build small scale industry or construction. And that's where most of the people in China moved, in the construction industry. I think that is what India needs to propel those sectors where labor can be absorbed out of agriculture. Next, please. Capital. It's interesting to see what is happening on the capital front. The yellow line shows that what is happening to capital formation, gross capital formation, as a percentage of agri GDP, and that has moved from 9.2% to a lowest level around 6.6%, and then it went to the peak of 18% or so, and then down again 13%. Now, if you have 13% as a percentage and the incremental capital output ratio in agriculture hovers between 4 to 4.5, then you can't expect more than 3.5% rate of growth. If you want to go ahead, then you have to have 5% rate of growth will require about 20% gross capital formation as a percentage of agri GDP. But the more interesting thing is that the public sector portion in this capital formation has dramatically declined over years. If you look at, it used to be about 45% or so, and now it has come down to about 20%. And that's a worrying part, that public sector is literally getting away from it, whereas there are complementarities when you have public sector coming in, and the private sector also comes in with bigger investment. So overall, if you want to improve the capital formation in agriculture, I think we have to make a choice whether we want to give too much of subsidies or we want more public investment in agriculture. That's a big question right on the table for the policymakers. Next, please. This is farm mechanization. The broad result is that over a period from 60-61, the red component was basically the bullock labor or animal power, and that has been shifted. Now you don't see bullocks, at least in the north. In west and south there are some, but tractor power and power machinery, both in irrigation as well as in plowing, that has taken over all green. Next, please. We'll come down to that food. The biggest transformation and the success story of 60s and 70s was the Green Revolution. Now, if the new seeds had not come, we have given here two graphs, business as usual, what would have happened and where India would have been and where it is today. And I think that's one of the success stories. We have been able to overcome the basic hunger or the basic deficit of food in the country, namely staples. But how much it has played now or playing today, the environmental disaster, I think we have to be careful about it. And the same policies of 60s and 70s perhaps cannot go forward without damaging the natural resource endowment. Next, please. This is fine. I think it's well known, the seeds and that came outside. We also want to bring in what happened in the milk revolution. And we have compared here where India was in 50-51. India was producing 17 million tons of milk when US was at 53. US is hovering around 98 or 100 today. and India is at 187, all done by the private, all done by the smallholders primarily. Two things that we want to note: that in Green Revolution, it was a big role of the government with international agencies like the research organization CIMMYT or IRRI. And the White Revolution was primarily driven by the co-ops with a lot of support by the government. But the next one, can you go to the next one, please? The fruits and vegetables that is coming up is increasingly being driven by the private sector, the seeds that are coming. And they don't enjoy any price support or anything, and that is going on. Next, please. You can see business as usual versus, and cotton was altogether more than 90%, 95% is today under BT cotton, and this was primarily driven by the private sector. Now, what we want to say here, another one, do we have the poultry one here? Next one, please. Yeah, no. Okay, you know, what I want to communicate here is very clear that we have a situation where in the 60s and 70s, government played a critical role in bringing the Green Revolution. Next phase was in the milk, where cooperatives were more important. And thereafter, the private sector is becoming much more important. And my understanding personally is that as we look towards 2030, there is going to be much bigger role of the private sector as we diversify agriculture away from basic staples for higher incomes of the farmer. And therefore, we have to find ways which can deliver better returns to the farmers and also ensure sustainability in the production process. So the role of the private sector has to be refigured in our policy framework, how best both can be win-win situation, because government cannot get into each and every segment of agriculture, especially on the marketing side. Next, please. India has become a net surplus, although the surpluses were, exports, net surplus on export front was $20.9 billion in 12-13. After that, it has been coming down somewhat. But all said and done, India over all these years has remained a net surplus. So we are not in a deficit situation of 60s and 70s. And for the last 20 years plus, we have emerged as a surplus in agriculture, although there is still a nutritional challenge. Now, how much surplus, whether we will remain surplus by 2030 or not, and how do we deal with this surplus situation? The policy set that we have is largely of the deficit years, whereas the background has changed to surplus years, and our policy is still limping on that front. And that's a challenge we have to deal with. Next, please. This is 2030, primarily from the NITI's work itself. What we are told, we will be business as usual. Perhaps we will be remaining hugely surplus in rice and wheat, and deficit in oil seeds, edible oil. Question of Atmanirbharta is not becoming self-sufficient in every commodity. What we have to see is at what cost we are producing that, so that globally also we remain competitive. Yes, the Western world gives a lot of subsidies, but even if all those subsidies are removed, there are exercises that if we had done earlier, that the global prices will go up by 10 to 15%. So I would submit that instead of having a tariff protection of 50% or 60% or 80%, if we have a tariff protection of 10 to 15% as something, I call it a sterilization duty, to sterilize the impact of the subsidies of the developed countries, up to that front it is good enough. But you can't have self-sufficiency under a tariff barrier of 80%, 70%, 60%. Then we will be building very inefficient agriculture, which will collapse like a house of cards the moment you open up and integrate with the world. Next, please. So, okay, Ritika, you can take over from there on the undesirable consequences, and I'll come back towards the end. Go ahead, please. Ritika? Are you on mute? Ritika? She's not able to pick up.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead, please, with your
Yeah, can
presentation.
you see the presentation?
Yeah. You have to cover the two parts, undesirable consequences, particularly on the waterfront.
Yes. Yes, sir. Can you see the presentation, sir?
No,
Okay.
it has disappeared.
Just give me a minute. Yes. Yes, sir. Uh,
It was there earlier. Where did it go?
can you see it, sir, now?
Yeah, I think it's coming up. No,
Yeah.
it has not come. It's not the presentation, it is all the comments.
Okay.
It's on the PowerPoint.
If you can tell us which slide number, then I will try to put it up here from.
Yeah, the undesirable consequences, that's section 3rd.
It's slide number 22. 22.
Okay, just give me a second. I will try my best here. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not able to share my window.
It should be up in a second. Just a minute, please.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Slide number 22. Yes. So in the coming slides, I'll be covering broadly 3 topics. 1, unintended negative externalities of agriculture intensification over the years. What should be the mitigation measures? And in the last section, I'll be highlighting some of the key innovations in technologies, policies, and institutions that can develop productive, profitable, and sustainable agriculture. Now, some of these innovations are already on the table, but need scaling up, and some we wish to propose. So to begin with, the negative externalities that agriculture intensification has imposed. Next slide, please. So it is well established that the process of agriculture intensification did give India food, feed, fiber security, but the distortionary policies like highly subsidized fertilizers, free power for irrigation, guaranteed procurement at MSP, particularly paddy in Punjab, Haryana belt and sugarcane in Maharashtra, have led to undesirable consequences. This can be read through the rapidly depleting groundwater across India. This graph gives the status of groundwater level in India, collected by Central Groundwater Board. Now, the Punjab situation, we can see that 76% of the zones there are overexploited. Now, if we go to the next slide, we can zoom in the picture of Punjab and see the depth of water crisis there. So this slide compares the depth to water level of Punjab in November 1985 with August 2016. Here we can see that most of the zones in most of the districts in Punjab, the depth to water level was on an average between 5 to 10, on maybe less than 5 meters. But if you see at present, the nearest data that is available in 2016, it has gone down even below 20 meters, approximately on an average 20 to 40 meters. Next slide, please. Other harmful effects that have been caused by agriculture intensification include indiscriminate use of chemical fertilizer. According to the Fertilizer Association of India, the ideal ratio of NPK has been 4:2:1. But the actual ratio found in 2017-18 was 6.1:2.4:1. Now, this leads to micronutrient deficiency as well. The third harmful effect caused by agriculture intensification is greenhouse gas emission. Again, it is well known that agriculture is the second largest emitter after energy sector. Within agriculture, livestock is the largest contributor, followed by fertilizer, paddy cultivation, and residual management practices. Now we come to the pathways. Now we come to the mitigation practices. We need to see how we can develop productive, profitable, and sustainable agriculture. Now, these pictures show the innovative practices for water saving management. Now, irrigation application efficiency in case of micro irrigation is known to be 85 to 90%. Now, alternate wetting and drying to reduce the water consumption by rice is another innovative technology that is coming up and need to be scaled up. Solar water irrigation is also an innovative technology that needs to be scaled up. Mukhyamantri Aay Badhotri Yojana is a positive step towards that direction that will improve farmers' income along with reducing their energy consumption for producing irrigation water. Next slide, please. Now, this slide shows the technological innovations for soil management. One is neem coating of urea. India has already producing neem coated urea up to more than 20 million metric ton, and the production of neem coating as a percentage of total nitrogen production is approximately 100% now. In case of soil health card, which is a positive step towards improving soil management in India, we have already covered 2 rounds of soil testing, but there is still a long way to go as the process has not been very rigorous. Next slide, please. Now, innovation in protected agriculture is the way forward. Productive polyhouse constructions, hydroponics, aeroponics are the innovative technologies that need to be taken up at a larger scale. Next, please. Now, on the policy side, getting the markets right should be the priority. For inclusive growth of agriculture sector, there is a need to free up the input prices to the market level and regulate the input subsidies. Now, switching from distorting input subsidies to direct income cash transfer is one of the policies that have been proposed by us in this slide, especially for fertilizers, for power, credit insurance, etc. Incentivizing adoption of environmentally sustainable technology should be the key aspect in this area. Another policy related to market and environmental distorting ECA Act and APMC Act is a step towards this direction. Now, a lot of government debates have been going on this topic broadly. That needs to be taken forward separately. Getting the markets right through better institution is another way that we have dealt with this. Liberalizing land lease market will incentivize investments in agriculture. Then institutional reforms for surface irrigation management can be looked after. Uberization is another innovation in taking the technology on small machinery to the small scale farmers on ground.
Ritika, I think we have to
Yes,
finish in the
yes,
next
we are
5 minutes,
almost done.
including Dr.
Yes,
Gulati's.
yes, we have completed our presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah.
Ashok, you have another 2-3 minutes if you want to say something.
Well, I think the broad takeaways that we do is that you cannot talk of increasing production without taking care of natural resources. That's number one. Second, as you rightly said, that it's not more food, it is more nutritious food that we need to also talk about, and that's where diversification has to come in, and the policies should be at least crop neutral in that sense. If it has a bias, what we had in wheat and rice in 60s and 70s, we need to have a bias towards more high value segment today, so we need to give some subsidies on that front. And lastly, which is very less talked about thing, and that is the in between farm and fork. By 2030, 600 million people are going to be living in urban areas, and the food will have to be moved from hinterlands to these urban areas with due safety standards and freshness. That will require massive investments in supply chains. And that government cannot do everything. That's where the participation of the private sector is critical. And I think the 4 touchstones that we have, yes, we have overcome hunger, congratulations, basic hunger, but we have to take care of the nutritional part and also the sustainability part, and ensuring that as we urbanize, I think we have to keep the efficiency in the mind from farm to fork. So with these words, we would like to thank the organizers, and we would be happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok. I think that was the classic Ashok stamp paper. But more importantly, I want to compliment Ritika because I think we should encourage these young researchers to come up and make presentations to a wider audience. We will take questions after the two discussants have raised their points. So I think after the two discussions, I'll give you a chance to respond. And then we will try and take the questions in the chat format. So maybe there are a couple of things which are important, which we can cover within the time allotted to us. So can I look for Mr. Ajay Jakhar? It is in alphabetical order. So Arvind, all of them have an A. So where is Ajay?
Sir, good
Yeah.
afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can. I can.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I have studied and read Dr. Gulati's work through the years and have learned a lot in the progress. It's really humbling to be commenting on the presented paper. I will jump right into it, and I will limit myself to views that a farmer would have hoped would be addressed, a ground-up perspective. And the quality and function of a society is determined by the economic condition and its poorest people. So some of the things that would have complemented this paper and would have actually addressed the issues of the farming community is one, that I find no mention of agriculture credit in the paper, which has a correlation with agriculture growth. According to NABARD study, the per capita agriculture credit has increased from 4,400 in 2001 to 93,600 in 1999 in 1920. That's a 20-time increase. Now, how does that relate to investments of the private farmers coming in and it leads to debt? The second point that I find missing here is that there's no mention of farmer suicides, and it has a direct correlation with government policies. Every day, 28 farmers are committing suicide. While we finish this panel discussions, 2 more farmers would have committed suicide at that rate. Also, there are many points which I think need to be mentioned when you're looking at a transformation of agriculture or looking at the historical perspective of how we got here, is minimum support price. Wherever minimum support price is available, farmer incomes have risen, and where MSP is not available, farmers have suffered. Over 90% of the crops for which MSP is declared have been selling below MSP for 7 to 9 years. And these could have been highlighted to understand if any change is required or how it can be made available to everybody else. And the irony of the fact is that even though we are producing more, we are supposed to be a food secure country. Those suffering from chronic hunger in India, the most of those suffering from chronic hunger in India, farmers and producers themselves. We need to look at a food systems approach. The linkage between food and nutrition has to be addressed to the agriculture system. Niti Aayog paper referred here talks about food surplus in most crops by 2033, 2032. I think so it's a very deceiving picture. We have to take a longer term vision when you're looking at transformation of agriculture. We should not look anything less than 2050 or 60. And I think at that time, we will have a huge food shortages because the economic level of the country will be much better than today. It will improve, which will lead to a dietary shift and production shortages and spikes because of climate change. So I would say that we need to relook at that Niti Aayog paper. Also, what is the greatest hindrance to farmer livelihoods and dignity is the government's sole focus on mitigating food inflation. Unfortunately, it happens by targeting farmers, by using them as tools to control food inflation, and no paper can be complete without that part. Even a discussion paper on agriculture transformation and history needs to look at WTO, how opening of trade and tagging of MSP to international prices affects, because Indian farmers cannot compete with world farmers. Let's be fair on this. The per capita subsidy in India is around $49. In the EU and China, it's over $1,000. Maybe in the US, it's over $7,000. I mean, this is the data that I have available. Even if it's a few percentage points here or there, but this clearly shows that to expect Indian farmers to be competitive and use that argument to drive down farm gate prices, it's absolutely irrelevant. When we do a GDP, when we say the agriculture share of GDP has reduced, it's also important to evaluate what incentives are being given to other sectors where the share of GDP has increased. So, for example, agriculture, farmers, involved directly with agriculture, as per the paper, has reduced to 45%, GDP to 16.5% for agriculture. Now compare that with automobile sector. There 1% or 1.5% of India's population is involved with that sector. It contributes 7% of the GDP. Fantastic. But why does it happen? It happens because you've given 100% duty, custom duty imposition on all imports. So we've got to make a comparison which is apples to apples. And these are things that need to be talked about. Then there's a measurement matrix. We need to, rework on these measurement matrix. What is success? What is failure? What is growth? Are we only looking at yield as agriculture productivity growth? Are we looking at biodiversity loss? Are we looking at farm ecosystem services? So this whole matrix needs to be redesigned. When we look at innovation in the paper, it's referred to polyhouses. We've done research and we find that 70 to 80% of polyhouses in India have failed. Now, can you imagine the amount of farmers, investment that has been lost, government subsidies have been lost? We talk about farm mechanization, but it's actually tractorization. If you look at tractor use in India, what would make it ideally, for a farmer to use? We are not even using farmers not using even half that time on the tractor. I mean, it's not being used, and that's what leads to farmer debt, and it leads to farmer suicides. So it has a relevance. There is another side of the story which must be tagged along when you're doing about this. And when we come to fertilizer consumption, it's mentioned that because of neem-coated urea, consumption has gone down. As a farmer on the farm, I completely disagree, because I think consumption has gone down because the urea bag size was reduced from 50 to 45 kgs. No farmers use, generally I'm saying 99% farmers don't use less urea because it's a slow release of neem coating, but because they use it in terms of bags. And I want to compliment and thank Dr. Padi here with us, because he's one of the ones who's responsible for suggesting and getting that done. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Thank you so much. I'm rushing through because there's no time. When you look at the milk, there was a graph on milk in India and the US. It's very good, but Indian farmers get a higher share in the consumer price than dairy farmers in the US. So when you evaluate efficient value chains in the developed world, this is one example we should look at. Why are Indian farmers getting a higher price vis-a-vis markets which are far developed? We are trying to copy, and this we need to look at again. When you look at agriculture research and development, very rightly mentioned in the paper that the allocations need to increase, but how would a farmer look at it? Farmer would look at it and say there's 50% of the sanctioned posts in agriculture research institutions and farm extension are lying vacant. And what does it lead to? It leads to farmers using unsustainable practices, overusing of pesticides, because that is the missing link between health and agriculture. You have pesticide residues in food, and you have animal husbandry. Farm extension is missing in the country. 70% of the antibiotic use in the animal husbandry sector of the antibiotic use in the country is in the animal husbandry sector. On technology front, it should clearly be mentioned that we're looking at monoculture, and that must be addressed here. It's not there. I mean, any transformation must look at moving away from monoculture. And I truly think that the private sector is absolutely clueless on how to do it. To summarize how agriculture in India is in trouble today, it's because of a sheer governance failure. If you look at the 3 Farm Acts, good or bad is not the question right now. The question is that
1 minute more.
Yes, sir. No consultations were held with farmers or state governments before it came out. We have to document failure. If you look at Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, over 5 years, 40,000 crores have gone to the private sector. The government insurance company has lost 10,000 crores. Number of farmers have come down by 50 to 70% since it became voluntary this year. These are issues. There must be reference of women farmers in the policy. So there's nothing much about women farmers, because that is the main standing off the farming community, women self-help groups. So there are many issues which are missing. I'll just wind up and say that many issues like cooperatives, FPOs, agribusiness, food processing, lack of quality of farm data, farm intelligence, these are things, if it were added, complemented this, it would be easy to understand the transformation. And I would want to end by quoting Hans Rosling. He said that numbers will never tell the full story of what life on earth is about. He was the most famous statistical guru that there was. But if you add to that, reinforce to that about personal impressions of work, and we add to it, we will be at a much better place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ajay. Spoken like a true farmer. I would go to Aravind now, and then I'll go back to Ashok for a quick response on the major points. I think not all of them. Yep, Aravind.
Thank you, sir. Respected chair and all the esteemed participants in this national dialogue. I can see Professor Ramesh also there. Let me begin with my thanks to FAO India, Niti Aayog, and the Ministry of Agriculture for this opportunity. I call it a learning experience instead. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to discuss the theme paper produced by the eminence and academic brilliance of Dr. Ashok Gulati. That too on a subject, as the chair observed, that practically encompasses all other thematic areas of this national dialogue. I compliment Dr. Gulati and Ms. Juneja, Ritika Juneja, for a very brilliantly researched and a very well-crafted theme paper. They have covered a broad spectrum of all the important challenges and offered solutions which are required to transform Indian agriculture. Authors of the theme paper, both Dr. Gulati and Ms. Juneja, they have elaborately dealt with all the relevant issues. However, I will reiterate certain important points. My friend Ajay ji just spoke about few and draw the kind attention of the authors to few others for their consideration. Dr. Gulati and Ritika mentioned in detail about the Green Revolution problems, particularly the unsustainable legacy incentives like the subsidies on fertilizers and on power and irrigation water, which needs to be repurposed to increase the resource use efficiency. Since there are a lot of deliberations and debates around the farm laws, I'm not going to dwell upon that. However, I have no hesitation in stating that the policy regimes like the MSP, the PDS, coupled with subsidies on power and irrigation are hugely skewed in favor of staple crops like paddy and wheat. Whether subsidies should be there or not, I'm just telling that the existing subsidy regime is skewed for paddy and wheat. I come from ICRISAT, whose mandate crops include the climate resilient and the nutritious sorghum, pearl millet, and the finger millet or ragi. All of us know that the acreage under these nutricereal crops has gone down for the last few decades, though there is an increased realization to enhance the cultivation of such crops. I'm very happy that there is a very conducive policy regime for promoting these crops. But the initiatives to promote these millet crops and other such climate resilient crops, they have not proved effective, nor they will if the policy bias in favor of the big two staples continue. The authors of the theme paper talked about the crop diversification in those areas where existing production systems are environmentally unsustainable. The transformation to a sustainable food system is very much possible with a very specific policy framework. I will just suggest 3 points. Farmers will definitely make the shift if they are, number one, they are provided with suitable financial incentives during the transition. Number two, the farmers should be assured of a strong value chain. And three, this value chain should be driven by a new consumer behavior. Let me elaborate about modifying consumer behavior as a pathway to transform Indian food systems. My friend Ajay Jakarji will appreciate because he is the vice chair of the Sustainable Consumption Action Track of the UN Sustainable Food Summit, which is coming off later this year. Dr. Gulati and Ritika, they spoke about, they have written about the Bennett's Law in their paper that I have read, which is in operation amongst the Indian consumers. This law states that with the rising levels of income, the proportion of starchy staples in our diets, they go down. In fact, the survey figures and evidences also point in that direction. However, this is more confined to the urban space. To create consumer interest in a food system with low health risk, India has to take a very massive awareness campaign for the food and diet diversity. However, I must spell out that such campaigns are necessary, but they are not sufficient. Factors like the consumer's own culture, taste, convenience, affordability, etc., would also influence the outcomes. The government programs like the PDS, the MDM, the ICDS could be the best possible delivery channels to leverage healthier and nutritious food products in India. The authors of the theme paper have also dealt on this, but I would like to speak something more about the nutrition sensitive agriculture. There are ample empirical evidences that suggest that there is positive contribution of agriculture to nutrition. Amongst the various pathways through which the agriculture interventions can impact nutrition, the most important is the women's empowerment through their increased access to and control over resources. Multiple research studies have provided evidences suggesting that the women's access to land and the decision making within the households have very significant nutritional outcomes. Sadly, I would say the Green Revolution did not care to touch on this important subject, with more than 60% of agricultural workforce being women, and in view of the feminization of Indian agriculture, this aspect needs greater focus in the policy space when we talk about transforming Indian agriculture. I would very humbly suggest the authors, both Dr. Gulati and Ms. Juneja, that they may please consider to incorporate this while finalizing the paper. The latest NFHS 5 figures, this is a very informed audience, all of you would be aware that the figures indicate that malnutrition indicators have worsened in specific states. Besides the undernutrition, now the obesity and overweight are all points of policy concerns. For all these to be addressed through agriculture pathway, the key food system based strategies must be adopted and identified. The demand for high value agriculture products, the theme paper has identified, such as fruits, vegetables, the dairy products is expected to increase. I personally guess that the post-pandemic, post this corona pandemic, there will be an increasing number of health conscious people who would want to boost their immune systems, and they would consume more such nutri-foods. The focus of production, therefore, should ideally cater to this growing demand. It would also be an opportune time to bring primary processing facilities closer to the farm gates. The recently announced stimulus package by the Government of India would definitely be beneficial here. I wish to recognize here the important role of Poshan Abhijan that can play in addressing these issues of persistent malnutrition by bringing the relevant ministries and stakeholders together. As a farm scientist by training, I would always suggest the biofortification as a good pathway in which agriculture scientists could breed staple crops. In fact, non-staples should also be included, which would be richer in essential micronutrients than the traditional varieties. To my mind, biofortification would offer the most sustainable and cost-effective approach to address deficiencies in vitamin A, iron, zinc, and other micronutrients. Lastly, I would just say that the theme paper realizes the importance of digital agriculture, and that should also be pursued. I would like to add one last point that needs enhanced focus in theme paper. This relates to formalizing or legalizing the land lease market in India. Even though the Niti Aayog circulated the Model Act, Land Leasing Act back in 2016, only 4 states, to my knowledge, have adopted the legislation with contextual modifications. Land revenue administration, again, is a state subject. So the union government can only nudge the states through some incentive grants mechanism for adopting land leasing laws. In fact, me and Dr. P.K. Joshi, we had suggested, and Mr. Jugal Mahapatra, the ex-chief secretary and the union RD secretary, we had suggested that this could be also taken through the finance commission route. Land leasing reforms, to my mind, will be the most effective piece of legislation in agriculture sector to take care of so many structural inadequacies and bring the much desired investments in the by the farmers themselves, as the authors themselves pointed out. In this very limited time, it is very difficult for me to discuss all the issues spelled out in the theme paper. Some other points, like which was also mentioned there, revitalizing, it is mentioned in the theme paper, though it was not in the presentation. The agriculture extension system must be revitalized. It's in a very bad shape. I have headed such a system in my home state, Odisha. I was director and commissioner of the department, and I have seen as to how, it is in a very crumbling state in many states. And also there should be enhanced outlay for the agriculture research and innovation. This has been mentioned in the theme paper. And also we need to skill and attract the rural youth to agriculture and this needs focus of the government strategies. I'm ready to take questions if there are any on the uncovered area. I thank you all for your kindness.
Thank you. Thank you, Arvind. Ashok, there are, I think, 3 or 4 questions which have come on the chat box. One relates to GM technology. Is it the technology or the acceptability? The other relates to the climate issues, that if natural resources are depleting, would a strategy of pushing higher productivity, how long is that going to work on a sustainable angle? And there are 2 more questions which are somewhere in the chat box. If I can find them, I'll give it to you. But I think by the time you can start responding to what Ajay Jakar said and what Arvind raised. But I would only suggest for the audience that we do not discuss the farm laws here for different reasons. I think it's a long, lengthy debate. Let's avoid that topic for the time being. I think it's being discussed elsewhere, everywhere almost. So we will leave that out of this discussion in favor of saving some time. Yeah, go ahead, Ashok.
Thank you very much to the discussants, Mr. Jakar and Dr. Padi. I'm grateful for a very comprehensive comments. Let me start with Mr. Padi because it's easy to agree with him almost on all points. From agri R&D to land leasing to biofortification, for nutrition, women empowerment, policy bias at present towards wheat and rice, which has skewed the whole thing. I think I agree with all these and they need a shift. And we have suggested in our paper what sort of shift is needed. It's not going to be easy because those who have been getting the attention from the past legacy, they are not going to give up those things, and they feel whatever other carrots you are going to show, they may be very far off. So, but I would like to mention 1 or 2 things on women empowerment and nutrition, because I feel nutrition is one of the critical things for the next 10 years. If India, the way it did for eliminating basic hunger or food security in the 60s and 70s, I think that same challenge is on the nutrition front. Now, on that, we did actually, unit-wise data analysis of the NFHS rounds of the earlier. And what we found was very surprising, that the most important variable is women. And it is this education which empowers the women towards sanitation, towards immunization of children, towards better, feeding practices, towards better food choices. But as you rightly said, that poor people may not be able to afford a lot of meat or milk or other high-value commodities. Therefore, we need to attack the staples, and the right way to go through that process is biofortifying our wheat and rice and other cereals, because their diets are still and going to be remaining cereal-based for the next 10 years at least. So we very much concur that. That's part of the system that we have already recommended in our paper. Let me now turn to Mr. Ajay Jakar, my good friend. I'm glad that he's actually asking me to write a book, not a paper. So, if I have to cover agri credit, farmer suicides, MSP, food, inflation, everything under the sun, then I can only flag as an advertisement. A part of that took me 300 pages to write for 2 years. This is the OECD CREAR work together on agriculture policies in India. And I'll pick up only one part of this, and which relates to your question that India cannot compete with the rest of the world in agriculture because others are subsidizing a lot and India is subsidizing very little. In fact, this particular work says that between 2000 to 2018, India has actually implicitly taxed its farmers. Now, people may say this is a methodology which is not acceptable to them in India. whichever the way you look at it, 50 countries are adopting this technology, and that's the way it is being measured, how much subsidization of each agriculture in different countries is. My feeling is that Indian agriculture is reasonably competitive, provided we abolish all export controls and allow the private sector to build export lines, because our logistics costs are higher than the developed world by almost 25 to 100% higher, depending upon which country you are comparing with, and that requires a massive investment. Farmers are still reasonably competitive in production, except one or two commodities now. Sugar, for example, is a classic commodity. We have surpluses. Our prices are much higher, and that's where lobbying goes on. And you produce surpluses which you can't export without massively subsidizing that. But in most of the other commodities, we are reasonably competitive for export. There would be years when there could be imports coming in, but most of the years, this analysis shows that we will be actually exporting. But we need to open our minds, because the moment you start exporting large quantities, the domestic prices will take a lift. And that's very fine balance. Now, Mr. Nandakumar will appreciate, because he has been a food secretary where prices have to be low, and an agriculture secretary where prices have to be high. So how do you balance the two? One foot is on the brake, one foot is on the accelerator. And when you look back for 18 years of experience, you have put the brakes more than the accelerator. And that's a consumer bias in our policies that has been inbuilt in the name of protecting the poor. So the question is, do we need to protect the poor by suppressing our prices, or do we need to find alternative policy instrument which we call a direct income support to the poor and free up the prices for the farmers? So that is what our suggestion and recommendation is, that in most of the things we have taken, achieving these objectives through price policy. Now, price policy for even augmenting income is not the right policy instrument. We have to go through other policy instruments, and the time has come to experiment with more and more of income policy, direct income transfers, even in case of, I would say, fertilizer or power or agriculture credit subsidy subvention that you give. Because the moment you price your inputs very low, then there is a massive misuse of those inputs. Classic cases of free power. Now, I'm not saying you reduce the subsidies to the farmers. In fact, I'm saying you are net taxing the farmers, but use a different policy instrument. And Punjab itself is experimenting. Pani bachao, paisa kamao. So you have to take care of that. I think the time has come that the old policy instruments need to differentiate between the farmers and the poor consumers. You cannot ask the farmers to be subsidizing the poor consumers and in the process making farmers also poor. And that has been one of the bane. And I think that is where we have to learn how to open up not only pan-India markets, but also international markets. We have seen what happened in case of, onion at the drop of a hat. You start putting export controls. And most of the other commodities, at one stage or the other, they remain under. Now, so this also covers the inflation part and all that. On agri-credit, in fact, Ritika and me had done a study with the RBI on agri-credit, and we looked at the last 50-year analysis plus what has happened to agri-credit, and with nationalization of banks, agri-credit as a percentage of agriculture output. It did go up over a period of time. We have improved, but there are states like your state of Punjab where agriculture credit is much more than even the value of all the inputs that agriculture is using. So where is that credit going? Kerala, Nandakumar state is another one, which is, So the moment you give these interest rate subventions at 4% or 7%, it creates all the intermediaries in between who would borrow and then become themselves as the money lenders. So I think there has to be a checks and filtering process on agriculture credit. There are many states. We have given a graph in that report of RBI, and hopefully now something is happening on that front on the policy side. Tractors, I agree with you that the surveys that I had done earlier of 6 states of, nobody is using more than 600 hours of tractor on the feet. And what for they are using, and therefore high capital costs, that's where we have suggested Uberization type of tractor services should be available. So at the call of, smallholders cannot afford a tractor of 7, 8 lakhs, 10 lakhs. But if facilities are created for Uberization, then they can avail of these mechanization. Yes, feminization we have not incorporated. We will be happy to do that into this, and therefore what changes are needed within agriculture. Farmer suicides, I'm not sure how much I want to get into that. Because the moment you divide it by the number of total farmers, it will be much less than the suicides that the students are committing outside agriculture. So there are different ways of looking at that, and just farm crisis being responsible for that. I have different views on that question. This is a much bigger sociological phenomenon.
Ashok, can I come in here for a minute?
Yes, please.
I think you need to answer those 4 questions. One was on GM. Is it a technology or an acceptability issue?
Sure.
The second one was on the ecological thing, that can we push more productivity with high inputs given the conditions of climate? The third is why aren't we talking about local ecosystems, in a rural environment? And the last question is low mechanization counterproductive to utilization of labor? I mean, like, is it a labor versus mechanization kind of thing, or is it just a cattle versus tractor?
Okay, no, okay. GM
technology. Finish in 5 minutes, I'll be grateful, because I need the 6 minutes.
3.5.
Okay.
GM technology, our position is very clear as far as cotton graph that we showed, the gene revolution. And we have worked it out, between 2002-3 to 18-19, actually more than $70 billion worth of net gain India had from this gene revolution. In fact, it is bigger than even the green revolution in terms of exports and the savings in imports. So I think we have a full-fledged paper on that separately if anybody is interested, and we would like to say that our stand is we should go for GM crops after due diligence in terms of whatever experts have tested on that. We are not biased in terms of ideological stand against or for, but look at that, and we feel these are the technologies of tomorrow, and we should go ahead with that. On the climate front, yes, this is a big issue, and therefore water, not land, is going to be a binding factor in Indian agriculture, and we have to learn much better use of water. From every drop of water we have to produce much more, and therefore new technologies, whether of sprinklers or whether of drip, if we have to give investment subsidies to promote that, I think that's the only way to go. The way we are using flood irrigation in paddy fields, I think that's a situation of 60s and 70s and 80s that will make us barren lands. Punjab and Haryana will be heading towards desertification. Listen to Professor Joel's advice on that. So I would go for that. Low mechanization vis-a-vis labor. I think what our worry is that over-capitalizing small farms is creating high costs. Because when you have a tractor with 2 acres of land, it is not properly utilized. And that leads to indebtedness and so on and so forth, and maybe farmer suicides at that stage. But the solution to that is creating platform the way we have created for Ola and Uber. Why don't we have new innovations that can actually... So the government policy has to facilitate that the tractor services are perfectly divisible. And that is what farmers should be able to access. I would go a step further. give a direct income support sort of coupons for the farmers. Okay, we give you 5,000 rupees and per hectare or whatever the unit you want to have, and you can use within this whether seeds or fertilizer or farm machinery for that type of a support. It will be crop neutral, because the moment you link it with a particular crop, then you create distortions, and as Dr. Padi said, it's a skewed system you promote, and then it is very difficult to unwind that. So I think our reasonable take on this is Indian agriculture at least 2030, we are not going to be in trouble as far as food availability is concerned. 2050, I don't know. In my earlier incarnation with IFPRI in 1998 had projected that India will be importing 63 million tons of cereals by 2020. In fact, today we have so much of cereal, we don't know what to do with it. So technologies change, new things come up, and it's very difficult to project till 2050, although some attempts are being made. But I'm hopeful that mankind, womankind has developed within 1 year vaccines for such a problematic thing. We will figure it out with new technologies, how to feed ourselves. So with a positive note, I would end here, and grateful to our great friends and colleagues, Mr. Ajay Chhaka, Dr. Padi, and to the chairman and to the organizers. Grateful. Last word, Ritika, 1 minute, half a minute if you want to take. Ladies have to wrap up.
No, I just shared the links for RBI report as well as tractor paper that we have written. So anyone, if they would like to, go through the paper and look for the recommendations or analysis, they can definitely do that.
We have bigger
Thank you very
paper.
much for the opportunity. Yes.
It is on the website on agriculture credit, and there is a paper also on tractorization. It's a 50-page, 40-page paper. I think you're welcome to refer to those. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok. We have exactly 7 minutes left, and I think we can finish on time. So I have my 6 minutes. I have 2 points for Ritika to begin with, and then for Ashok. Ritika, when you say about India overtaking US milk production in 1997, and later on you say it's because of private investment being opened up in 2002, I think is factually not very correct. You may want to at least look at the word as a result. The second is about sugarcane being procured. I don't think sugarcane is under MSP. It's a statutory minimum price. I think your guru will correct you. It's now called FRP, and it's actually imposed on the sugar mills to buy. So the word procurement, I think, I'm sorry to point these out because, I believe the words have to be chosen very carefully. And that too, when the paper is signed by Ashok Gulati, because I also learned to write from him. So I think I have to give it back once in a while to some papers. Anyway, the larger points that I have is, I've sort of wondered that the entire subsidy regime that we have, and Ashok rightly says should move to investment, has been driven by a food security insecurity syndrome. So we gave subsidies for, fertilizer, for irrigation, for everything that is capital intensive, which really meant that, people who were in rain-fed areas, people who didn't have irrigation access, who didn't have fertilizer use, didn't get any money at all. So when we shift to DBT, isn't it a challenge for us to reward people who have conserved water, who have not used too much fertilizer? Or should we just think of a DBT in terms of changing from a fertilizer subsidy to a direct benefit transfer? I think there's a question that many farmers in rain-fed areas who practice natural farming, who conserve water, who has probably a small pond and doesn't use a power lifting equipment, would ask, aren't we getting anything out of the government? So I think that is one question that we probably need to answer in the pathways to a strategy for 2030. Because I would argue that the focus of the next 10 years has to be a farmer. It cannot be food security, it cannot be consumer, it cannot be inputs, it cannot be mechanization. The other thought that I have is the direct income support, which is PM Kisan today, is strictly land-based. I mean, if you have land, operational holding, you get the money. So what happens to farmers who have dairy? And dairy in terms of ownership is much more equitable. In fact, landless farmers have a larger share in terms of the number of dairy men. Similarly, fish farmers, they don't own ponds, they lease ponds. So they don't get anything. So do they deserve something which in a direct income transfer mechanism? On water, I think all of us have a very valid point. In fact, the time has probably come to look at water as a common good. I've seen cases where overdrawal of groundwater from regions have affected both the quantity and quality of drinking water in those regions. Now, if water is a common good, I don't know whether we can penalize overdrawing, but at least can we not stop encouraging overdrawing and encourage water conservation and efficient use in that process. And therefore, I would think that water is not just about micro irrigation. I think we have to look at water as a much more comprehensive kind of a thing in the next 10 years. So one argument I will make is probably, I don't know, this is probably not just your paper, but I think the pathway at the end of this conference and also the paper yesterday of Niti Aayog, should we revisit the entire incentive structure in terms of shifting it to a farmer's welfare focus, a farmer prosperity focus in most of the areas, plus of course some of the key incentives that we need to retain. On innovation, again, I mean, I don't want Ashok to write a book, but I think on innovation, we have to probably get out of seeds, protected cultivation, and fertilizers alone. Innovation will extend to many other things, and I would easily say sex-sorted semen is one, genomics is another, balanced feed for milch cattle is a third, and there are other interventions in poultry and fisheries which we can talk about. And we have no innovation in rain-fed areas. I mean, why are we leaving out the entire rain-fed farming where most of the poor people are? Even the R&D expenditure is very limited on rain-fed farming. So should we look at those as innovation? And I would, again, emphasize that there are now about 600 plus agri startups. They are really good techies who are trying to help the farmers in terms of different things. We don't have a policy environment which will encourage them. In fact, I'm not even saying, in fact, I would even say that please don't give them any subsidies. Let them collect the charges from the farmers for the services they provide, but let's create a policy environment in which they are encouraged. They don't even have access to data. I mean, that's the kind of problems that they face. Probably they are going to be the real agents of change in the next 10 years. On institutions, I think, my favorite point is we need to probably look at existing institutions, reinvent some of them, and probably close down some of them. And I think we need to say that up front, because some of them are outlived their utility. Probably, I think we need to look at that. And the research institutions across, whether it's primarily in the public space, I think should change their focus to farmers' incomes. What's your job? To increase farmers' incomes. I think they've gone along on cereal productivity. I think all their research is, most of the money is on cereal productivity. Let's shift the whole thing to farm incomes, if that's going to be the priority. On Uberization, of course, I have a disagreement with Ashok, which has been going on. I don't like the Garrett Trump, Travis Kalanick model. I would rather have an NDDB model of Uberization, which is shared and owned by the farmers. So probably a shared platform is a very, very good idea, but we need to design it much better. And one area where we have completely lost out is the HR in agriculture. In fact, I had a chance to look at the entire HR scenario, and it's very discouraging kind of a picture that is emerging. I think HR in agriculture is something that we are not, and that includes all the skills that are supposed to be there. And if IT is going to have a major say in agriculture development in farming, I think we need to look at it differently. My last point, Ashok, is that by your own graph, 60% of GVA is livestock and horticulture. But if you look at the budget allocations, I don't think it's even 20% on all this. That includes research, investment, whichever way you look at it. So if that's what is important for nutrition, that's what has been growing at more than 4.5% by your last article in Financial Express. I think the lowest was 4.4 was horticulture, dairy was 4.5, and the others are much higher. Isn't it time that we put time and money and effort and research into these two major sectors, which seems to be giving much better incomes to the farmers? And I have the example of Orissa, where their farmers' income have grown bigger than their average GDP, agri GDP growth rate, and most of it has come from livestock and other ancillary activities. So if you shift the focus to farm incomes, I think we need to shift back to horticulture and the livestock issue. So I would sum up by saying, let us have this 10-year strategy with farmer as a focus and equity as a guiding principle. I think probably we can rewrite this, and I'm not expecting you to write the book on this. I'm suggesting to my good friend, Dr. Ramesh Chand, who is probably listening in, that at the end of the seminar, when we write a strategy and a pathway for 2030, let us accept the diversity that is India, and let us focus more on the farmers and their welfare, and bring in a sense of equity into whatever we do. Thank you very much. I think I've taken 2 or 3 minutes more. Sorry about that to the organizers. But thank you, Ashok. Thank you, Ritika. Nice seeing you. And thank you, Ajay and Arvind, for these excellent comments, and all the participants who have been writing into the chat box. Probably some of you will be able to access the links that Ritika has put out on the screen. I'm sure you can write into either ICRIER or to the FAO or to NITI Aayog if you have very strong views. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the chair, and thank you very much to the organizers and discussants. We are grateful for this opportunity. And anybody who needs more information, most welcome. You can write directly to me or to Ritika, and we'll be happy to supply that information. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody, for this wonderful session, very rich discussion and insights. We close this now, and I ask Shalini to start the next session.
Thank you, Rakesh.
Salini, we can't hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the next thematic session on pests, pandemics, preparedness, and biosecurity. My name is Shalini Bhutani. I am a legal researcher and policy analyst and part of the organizing team at FAO for this national dialogue. I have the pleasant duty this afternoon to welcome the panelists and to introduce to you all the speakers. Our chair this afternoon is Dr. B.N. Tripathi. He is the Deputy Director General Animal Sciences at the headquarters of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research at New Delhi. Welcome, Dr. Tripathi, and we are happy to have you in the room with us here in UN Hall. The key thematic presentation is by the co-authors, Dr. N.K. Krishnakumar and Dr. Sengotayan Vanilla. Dr. Krishnakumar is the Vice President of the Entomological Society of India. He, as an ARS scientist, joined the Indian Institute of Horticultural Research, IIHR, in 1978, and then went on to become the head of entomology at that same research center. He's been a director of NBAIR and the Deputy Director General of Horticultural Sciences in ICAR. His last post that he held was that of a senior scientist and regional representative, Central and South Asia, at Bioversity International till 2020. May I also welcome Dr. Vanilla, a principal scientist, ICAR National Research Center for Integrated Pest Management. Notable awardee, including that of the ICAR, Punjab Rao Deshmukh Women Agricultural Scientist, and the Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Public Administration for Crop Pest Surveillance and Advisory Project CropSap of Maharashtra. The 5 discussants we have listed are equally illustrious. Dr. A.K. Singh, the Deputy Director General, Horticulture and Crop Science at the ICAR. Dr. Praveen Malik, who is also here with us. Welcome, Dr. Malik. The Animal Husbandry Commissioner, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairy, the Department of the Ministry of Animal Husbandry, Dairy and Fishing, which was formed as a new Ministry of Government of India in 2019. Both of them, Dr. Singh and Dr. Malik, are also members of the steering committee that has organized this national dialogue, and their guidance in this process has been critical to developing the frame of this discussion paper, as well as designing this particular thematic session. So a very warm welcome. The other 3 panelists, I'm happy to introduce Dr. N. Bhaktavatsalaam, who is the current director of the National Bureau of Agricultural Insect Resources, NBAIR. And finally, I'm happy to introduce 2 senior colleagues from the Food and Agriculture Organization, Dr. Rajesh Bhatia, who is the FAO Regional Technical Advisor on Antimicrobial Resistance, AMR, also former director of the National Institute of Biologics India, and the HOD of Zoonosis and Microbiology at the National Center for Disease Control. And finally, we have Mr. Keith Cressman, the Senior Locust Forecasting Officer at the FAO headquarters. His duty station is at Rome, but he is no stranger in India, particularly in his role in FOA providing technical assistance in strengthening of national locust programs. His main responsibility is the Desert Locust Information Service, DLIS. With these introductions, I hand it over to Dr. Tripathi, please. And I have been given the power of attorney, if I might call it, to also help him with the timekeeping, because since we have so many good speakers and limited time, I will be giving out a warning in between. Over to you, Dr. Tripathi, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shalini, for a wonderful introduction of this session and in all 3 presenters and discussant. A very good afternoon to all of you. A very honorable member of Niti Aayog, Professor Ramesh Chand. And my right side, we have got Dr. P.K. Joshi and Dr. Tomio, and our colleague here, and all participants, discussants, and all experts who have been participating here in this in this national dialogue. So I'm really honored to take the chairing this session, a very important session, pest pandemics and preparedness and biosecurity. And especially it is more important in the COVID period itself, that we have seen that how an individual virus can create havoc throughout the world. And therefore, this is very topical and a very, very important session that we're going to have it. And the theme paper that had been written by Dr. N.K. Krishna Kumar, Biodiversity International, and Dr. S. Vanilla is really, he has touched upon each and every aspect of pest pandemic and biosecurity and how they are interrelated to each other. And if one life is affected, all other lives on Earth are affected. And therefore, we should have a very integrated approach. They're all interconnected. And so there must be regional cooperation, national, regional, and also international cooperation and connectiveness to lead to a tangible solution of all such like pest and pandemics. So, friends, timeline is very, very strict now. We have got only perhaps 90 minutes, and for me only 2 minutes. And for theme presenter, Dr. N.K. Krishna Kumar and Dr. Vanilla, we have got only 25 minutes. And for other discussant, there are 5 discussants, so we'd like to allot them 4 minutes time. So since there will be another session third at from 5 o'clock, so I would request all the
all the speakers, discussant, and even participants that we restrict to the time so that we should not encroach the time of other and sessions of others. So with this small introduction, I'm not going to tell much about about the pest that are in relation to crop and then pest and pandemics related to fisheries, livestock. And you know that in this livestock itself, you see that more than 65% of human diseases are of animal origin. And if I to be very precise, if you look at the last 3 decades of pandemics, about 75% of viral zoonosis that have all come from the animal origin. So the importance of zoonotic diseases from the point of World Health approach should always be kept in mind, and this we have to address from all angles. So I'm not speaking much on this aspect because I will encroach in time of others. So let me invite first the theme presenter, Dr. N.K. Krishna Kumar, to kindly present his paper.
Thank you very much. May I request Shalini to upload the slides?
Yes, we have our IT support ready here.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all of you as the slides are getting ready. And respected Tripathi ji, Dr. Dalwai, and all the other senior members, I just would like to briefly, for the next 25 minutes, it's 3:42 by my clock, and in another 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I'll be touching upon the pest pandemics, preparedness, and the biosecurity. Next slide. And my colleague is Dr. Vanilla, who's a principal scientist in NCIPM at New Delhi. The outline of the presentation basically will be a little bit touching about the salient facts about the Indian demography, nutrition, etc. And we'll be talking mostly about the environmental security and our preparedness, inclusive of both human, crop, livestock, and fisheries, pests and pandemics. How do they get impacted under the in the time of climate change? How should we prepare ourselves? What are the critical gaps? And what should we make the recommendations as we go further? Next slide. Now, as many of you had said, India itself is a very unique country, and we take ourselves pride in unity in diversity. We were talking about Punjab, we were talking about Kerala, but yesterday when there was a cricket match, India was won. And so you can understand that there is an underlying unity in diversity, and a country really rich with tropical and subtropical climate. It's certainly one of the great emerging democratic superpowers. And I would not go into many of the other things, but except that there is a repeated mention about the self-sufficiency in everything but pulses and especially oil seeds, which I'm told to the tune of 72,000 crores is our import bill. But at the same time, as agriculture is also one of the aspects, it's one of the strongest Silicon Valleys in the world, very strong in biotechnology. And you can also see that the strength of gravity in cricket, as it was yesterday visible to the entire country, where the determined young India is making fundamental changes across the length and breadth of the world. Having said that, there is a lot of disparity among the population, including migration from one region to another, because in short, India is a mini Europe and not just a country. Next slide. Well, I will not touch upon the too many things which have already been dwelt here a great deal, except that one point I would like to focus, which probably we missed, is this is a country which is going to also grow very shortly in the coming decades. Our shift in the nutritional security is going to fundamentally change with more and more persons coming into the graying bracket in the next few years. And the birth rate is already really falling. And if you have to calibrate, not just for 2030, but beyond, we have to address the falling birth rate, the aging population, and also keeping in view the world is becoming one globalized world. This is what I would like to flag in the issue of democracy, and the demography, other than what others have just said. Next slide. Well, we also would, I will not talk about cultivable land or production, but take for an example a small intervention of technology in basmati rice, how much of export it has made, facilitation, or for that matter, the milk production or egg production. The trend will continue as it was discussed. The animals, the dairy segment, the veterinary segment, the poultry segment, the horticulture, and especially fisheries are the driving blocks in the coming years. Next slide. But when we talk about the food security, I would like to impress upon this great audience, nutritional security, we are putting it under a very large canvas. A time has come to split nutrition. We really need to look into vitamin A. We need to look into iron. We need to look into folic acid. We need to look into vitamin D and some of the key element B12 complexes that we have to address. Putting everything under nutritional security, I think, does not serve the purpose. Then the other aspect that I would like to say is the crop loss due to pests and diseases are enormously increasing. Or, in spite of the fact that a number of technologies have come, the percentage of loss has been more or less the same, in certain cases increasing. The 21st century will be determined by sustainability and environment. And we cannot afford this kind. And what is astonishing at this point of time is there is also a kind of a conflict between the science and politics in Lama. This I'll be doing, and sustainable development goals of the new millennium will also be one of the challenges in such a large country with this kind of a population. Next slide. Now, it is very important when we talk about pest pandemics, preparedness, and biosecurity. A pest is any species or a strain. Why I'm specializing strain is we all saw that
सबकी फोटो आ रही देखो तो जोड़ा हुआ है मेरी भी आ रही होगी लाइट चलो
Dr. Vanilla, if you are online, could you please pick up the presentation? We will resume at the point where Dr. Krishna Kumar was presenting. Dr. Vanilla, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Please,
Yeah.
could you please resume the presentation where Dr. Krishna Kumar left off? Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yeah. This is the point where exactly the topic of theme is getting introduced, that pest pandemics, preparedness, biosecurity. Pests, I was telling why strains are, sorry?
Yes, please continue, Dr. Vanilla.
Okay. Why strains are getting more important is the ability of the pathogens to get mutated, and we have seen with the COVID-19 that we have the UK strain. And pest is any living organism harming the other living organism, be it plant, animals, livestock, or fisheries. And pandemics, we refer to it whenever there are outbreaks in epidemic proportions on a wider area. And preparedness is how we respond in terms of knowledge and capacities. And of course, biosecurity is an approach where we would like to avert the risks to all life forms and also taking account of the environment. These are all the terms of the theme. Next one. This is pest and pandemics relating to humans. Right now, we are under pandemics of COVID-19, and we continue to have the burden of managing these communicable diseases ever since life has come onto this earth, and we have the hospitality or health management system operating. And as we were discussing, greater than 65% of the human diseases are of zoonotic nature, that from animals they come to human beings. And as on date, we know we have 10.6 million cases of COVID-19. And of course, India has the lowest fatality rate, and we have 2 vaccines that are being underway, given during the last week. And apart from these, it is mostly the viral diseases and transmitted by the insects that are also important. And they have found that they also coexist with COVID-19, and they give a diagnostic dilemma. And in case of some of the zoonotic diseases, they are very highly regional specific. For example, encephalitis in Bihar and Kaishanur forest disease, the monkey fever that is being in the southern India and Goa, Maharashtra and Western Ghats. And we also have these parasitic or the bed bugs that come as in a pandemic form due to the increased travel. Next one.
Vanilla, if you want, I can join.
Yes, sir. Carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the ignorance. This is the price we pay for the internet. Well, in the case of pests and pandemics and crops,
Sorry, Dr. Krishna Kumar, we seem to have lost your connection.
are you able to hear me?
Okay. Yes, please.
Okay. Vanilla, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. But please, Dr. Kumar, please stand by at least for the general discussion.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, in crops too, we have wide categories in terms of insects, diseases, weeds, nematodes, and vertebrates, and they cause immense economic loss. And rather, we adopt crop protection to minimize the yield loss caused by these category of insects. And we have a total of about 73 invasive species. And here we see the numbers, pathogens dominate over the insects. And currently, we have been seeing the locust outbreak, which was during the first quarter of the 2020. And it has been very severe during the last 2 years. And India embarked to manage it very effectively with the help of the FAO. And we also seen down south the invasion of the cassava mealybug, and for which we are in the process of importing the parasiticide for its management. And we also had during 2018 the fall armyworm and rugose spiral whitefly, and also the tomato moth, and they have become regular pests after that invasion at different periods of time. And nematodes also, they are invisible to eyes, but they cause quite an amount of economic loss. And across 19 horticulture and 11 feed crops, they were estimated to cause more than 20% losses. And weeds, of course, they have been also invasive on many occasions, like Parthenium and others. They cause crop yield losses. and it can range from 15 to 76. Next one. And there are many insect pests that invaded India at different time periods, which have become established as crop pests for which we carry out the management. And not only that, they invaded on a specific target crop, they expanded their host range, and that many of the crops or even weeds, others are serving as hosts, which has been put in this slide. Next one. And we also have the Fusarium wilt. I think Dr. Krishna Kumar will explain on the importance of the Fusarium wilt causing damage, how it affects the availability of the banana.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir?
Yes, Dr. Krishna Kumar.
See, this Fusarium wilt I specifically would like to add for a minute, because this Fusarium is so far what we had was only impacting one type of banana called Robusta, but 65% of the Indian bananas are of the Cavendish type. And this disease made an entry in somewhere around 2015 and has become a global problem. Similarly, one of the things that we are seriously worried is about the influence of Western flower thrips, which has entered into this country and making inroads to some of these very dreaded taspoviruses. And recently we had also a meeting on the iris yellow spot virus, which caused about 15 to 20% loss in the case of onion, and on which it not only impacts onion, but more seriously, it impacts the seed crop, for which we have to pay a very heavy price. Next slide. So the pest and pandemics, when we are talking, one of the reasons is these diseases are going to increase, especially in the veterinary segments, because the demand is actually growing by leaps and bounds. There is also a movement of men and material in a globalized world, and most importantly, whether it is dairy or poultry or piggery, it is everything happening in a concentrated, in very close proximity, and as a result of which we should expect pest and pandemics. Zoonotic diseases actually impact public health and can have a series of cascading effects from milk to broiler. The biosecurity breach is absolutely happening in wet markets, where including the wild species, everything is coming to the doorstep. And this is something that needs to be seriously addressed in the post-COVID era. And there is also many of the products are actually moving across, right from illegal backbone. Everything is, many of the things are moving through their products. Foot and mouth continues to be a problem, though there are vaccines in it. There are problems associated with Pestes petites. I hope I am pronouncing it correctly, which causes high amount of morbidity. And blue tongue again remains one of the problems. But one of the diseases that recently is making inroads in the veterinary segment is the lumpy skin viral disease, which is a kind of a pox virus. Not the vector status has not been really proved, but many of the ticks and mosquitoes have been found associated, and this has become a problem. And recently there was a SARC meeting to study its impact from the northeastern part of the country, how it can cause damage into interior India. Next slide.
10 minutes more, please.
Okay, so these are some of the diseases that we have listed, and here only I would like to say the parasitic diseases, the external parasites that we have to be considered, is not very seriously viewed, and as a result it is causing certain amount of problem in addition to many others. One of the diseases that we also have to take in serious cognizance is the leptospirosis, which under the influence of climate change, when in urban segments, when the water mixes with the rat excreta, some of the diseases, as I mentioned, can have serious consequences to the urban mass. Next slide. Now, in the fisheries sector, there are only, I would say that in addition to salmonella, which has been a major problem, the white spot disease associated with the shrimps, and sometimes the movement of ornamental fishes for any reason. Most of the fishes come from Singapore and many other areas. They carry with them a number of viruses, which in turn spread into this. I would also like to flag an issue that one of the African species of fishes, which entered into the Indian lakes and rivers has been causing havoc and has been destroying. Tilapia is one of the species of fishes which is extremely consumed, but at the same time, it is also coming to be known as infected with virus. Next slide. So the impact of pandemics is it has got a tremendous impact economically and socially. Well, it can affect business, commerce, health, and it can make deep inroads into the reduction in food and nutritional supply. National biosecurity itself is threatened. We have to look into the loss of biodiversity. Whether it is coconut mite or whether it is a millibug or whether it is any disease, for example, some of the millibugs impact about 300, 400 species. Labor availability, as we saw in the recent pandemics, the migration, availability, everything coming to a standstill. And disposal becomes a problem. Even the dead and the others we cannot bury, and people with pandemics are actually kept away. Increase in microbial resistance, drug resistance, indiscriminate use of chemicals, and it can have many consequences where the entire country was under lockdown. So pest and pandemics can have multi-dimensional view. Next slide. So what we are really talking is we have an upsurge in the case of locust. This is a transboundary disease and requires transboundary addressing and good preparedness. And in the case, I think the use of poultry antibiotics was already mentioned, and how it impacts is something. And even in the case of livestock, it also, many of the pandemics, in addition to milk and other things, it can even create a problem. For example, some of the invasives on weeds and fodder can reduce the availability. And it is also in the case of fisheries, now when everything is concentrated, one viral disease can totally destroy that entire breed of the production that is taking place. Next slide. So here I come to what is the preparedness that we have. Everything on paper is extremely good, at least when it comes to internationally, there is a great coordination. But my main concern is the coordination that should occur between the different ministries of the government of India still a lot to be desired. Many a times within the ministry, I have seen that the coordination between two wings are not really up to the mark, from research to implementation, implementation to extension to the other socio-economic departments. And when it comes to the plant protection and quarantine, which I would like to flag since many of them are from agriculture, we have to really strengthen our plant protection and quarantine. I do not understand why plant protection is still doing, Directorate of Plant Protection and Quarantine is doing a lot of work on IPM when they should be focusing on quarantine. The knowledge levels are low and we don't have very good working centers, and some of the invasive problems and the many other things is due to our poor quarantine. And we have to have an integrated management system. Next slide. Next slide. So in the case of animals, a lot of vaccinations are available, but when it impacts human health, we have to pay a tremendous cost, because sometimes the vaccines are available, other times even diagnosis becomes a problem. And we should have a crop health which should measure the multiple dimensions of crop health in one unit to address. And this is where FAO's global action on fall armyworm and that kind of an approach should be taken. Next slide. The hypothesis is that with the climate change, rapid transport, travel, and other things, they all act as precursors of zoonotics and pandemic. We should address this as under one umbrella, no matter where, because many of them have overlapping impact factors. Recognize the interconnectedness of humans and animals. There should be an accepted model on research, on diagnosis, epidemiology, emphasis on collaborative effort, and we should follow, for example, the Kerala model, where everything is being united under one health research system. Next slide. Next slide. So, addressing the pandemics, the critical gap, I would say, is public health is given more importance, and there is no centralized data or collection of data and monitoring with regard to the invasives and emerging pests. There is no collaboration between medical and veterinary field to the extent it is desired. Private stakeholders' participation is very critical, and many a times we delay unduly the reporting of a pest that is invasive, and as a result, it spreads within the countries and the region so rapidly. By the time we take measures, it is too late. With regard to insurance, it has also been discussed. Spurious pesticides are adding to the problem. There are no real cold chains even when it comes to a number of vaccines, as this was visible in the case of COVID. Regulations on the use of antibiotics and production practices, and we are only making the short-term projections, not really looking into the sustainability. Next slide. Now, the transnational collaboration, technical need is transnational collaboration and cooperation. We should allow a number of our young scientists to go abroad, meet persons, learn from them what is happening, what is the Australian model, what is the New Zealand model. Second one is the information technology and the data, mega data, should come under one hand for interpretation. National quarantine facilities have to be absolutely upgraded. Diagnostic facilities, there is a need for improvement. Animal breeding is one of the real missing elements where not much has happened with regard to. We have been focused too much on production. Resistance is there. And bio investment in biotechnology. One Covaxin, Bharat Biotech made so much of a difference. We need to invest through the public sector and private sector in that kind of work. Next slide. So the strong national biosecurity policy. There was a biosecurity act that was proposed in the parliament in 2014. For reasons best known, it is still not this thing. Traceability regulations, scaling up of the capacity building, it was already mentioned. We don't have real scientific capacity in our quarantine. Quicker registration of and biopesticides. When it comes to pesticides, most of the animals are still being treated with the pyrethroids and other synthetic pesticides. We don't have the excellent botanicals on which for sustainability we should have a cooperative community system for protection of any disease and coordination, and regionally coordinated and cooperative management. Next slide. Next slide. So with regard to this, I would only summarize in just 1 minute, saying I have divided my entire thing, just give me 1 minute, into 2-3 things. When it comes to monitoring, internationally and for India, we have to monitor the wet markets of China, the Congo region of Africa where many of the viruses emerge, the Horn of Africa when it comes to the locust, and we should also be monitoring neighboring countries as to what is happening. When it comes to science, which is the second policy, we have to do investment in science. Genomics, vaccines, molecular systematics. Molecular biology is the future key. So much we talked about epidemiology. The science of epidemiology has not really taken. It is a multidimensional subject with good statistical support. And simulation preparedness is also one of the important things. In addition to good containment facility, we have only 1 or 2. For example, in Andaman, we don't have a containment facility, and which is very important. Lastly, the policy aspect, we have to separate integrated pest management from Directorate of Plant Protection and Quarantine. Let them focus with full strength on this. And we have to focus on regional cooperation. Communication policy of the pest pandemics is very important. Why Modi is still popular and why Trump has lost, you can always vision, because somewhere there was a communication policy in one place and lack of it in other. Then we have to be transparent. China is in the block of everybody because they were not transparent. We are no angels. We have brushed aside many of the new invasive species. And for the world body, sensitization across the globe and HRD, database in the region, impact analysis, coordinated vaccines. Only the world body can take vaccine across the globe, and communication is very important. So with this, I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity. I hope give it back to Shalini unless and until Vanilla would like to add something.
Thank you, Dr. N. Krishna Kumar and Dr. Vanilla for having wonderful presentation. And we have all both have touched each and every aspect of pest pandemics and its impact related to crop, horticulture, fisheries, livestock, poultry, and so on and so forth. We have also given a very good account of what next plans should be there, what preparedness should be there, what the critical gaps that we should do it for it. But currently, this COVID period, we had another disease, avian flu. All of you are aware that has almost affected more than 12 states, and poultry industry is affected currently. So, and it's also zoonotic, and it can go to humans, and is very highly fatal also. So for that, we have got mechanism to diagnose it and have a surveillance of it. Another thing that I would like to highlight before I switch over to discuss it, that infrastructure. In the COVID period, we realized that how our infrastructure is not adequate to really address such like pandemics, where thousands and thousands of people are affected. So from one laboratory of testing COVID samples, and then we have now reached to more than 2,000 laboratory. But we require a lot of time for that. Can we have some infrastructure to that? Especially for as I saw that during last 2 decades, at least 3 coronaviruses have come up, and they have got they have caused life also. They are zoonotic also, right from the SARS coronavirus and then MERS virus, and then currently the novel coronavirus. And similarly, another virus, which is very important that we should always take care of, and even world cannot ignore it, the influenza virus. We had avian flu in 2005, and then we have swine flu, then equine flu we had in 2008-9, and then we are having so many other viruses, and new genotype viruses is coming up already in China, that is genotype 4 virus. So therefore, we have to be very cautious and see that these 2 viruses, they should not cause another pandemics. And for that, Dr. Krishna Kumar said very clearly that how our epidemiological study should be very strong.
Good afternoon. This is from the UN Conference Hall. The chair has requested Dr. A.K. Singh.
Requesting Dr. A.K. Singh to please make his points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to compliment Dr. Krishna Kumar for really outstanding presentation where he has covered the entire length and breadth of the requirement for the country when we are moving towards the 2030. So he has highlighted many points because for want of time, for want of saving the time, I will commit myself for 4 minutes only. Few points only. Since we are producing so much of the commodities covering such a massive area of 142 million hectare area, so our preparedness has to be science driven. So we cannot rely on the traditional ways of combating the pest and pathogens resurgence in days to come or in decades to come. At a time when the country is willing to increase the income of the farmers and also double the agri exports, and the opportunities lies in Indian agriculture is tremendous, particularly from horticulture sector and high value crops. And these crops are relatively much more susceptible as compared to other set of crops. Therefore, our preparedness has to be science-based, and deployment and application of a decision support system duly enabled by the large amount of data collected across the regions, across the ecologies, from the tropics, subtropics, and very small area we have in the temperate zones for the temperate fruit crops and vegetable crops. Data analysis, application of IoTs or artificial intelligence. These set of tools must be worked out very thoroughly in a very specific manner to come up to develop a tool so that the diagnosis, understanding, and control mechanism can be driven on a war footing scale in the event of its occurrence. Now, once capital intensive tools and technologies is to be deployed, then who is going to use it? It is the farmers who may be illiterate or semi-literate, or it may not be skilled or knowledgeable to handle these kind of sets of control measures. Here I would like to say that there must be a scheme of training so that the skill of the farmers or the stakeholders, whoever is going to take part in this whole exercise of control mechanism diagnostics, they should be trained accordingly, according to the reasons, crops, high value or relatively lesser value, either in even in animals also. And therefore, a very strong decision support system has to be communicated using the artificial intelligence so that the data is coming from across the various regions, automatically analyzed and disseminated. And therefore, what is more important is that the dissemination ways, the electronic way of doing it, so that we can have access of the areas which were not reached so far. But this is much more easier because we have found that in many areas, in desolate areas particularly, the farmers remain devoid of the tools and management options available at hand to them. Therefore, this is another important one. As Dr. Krishna Kumar has also mentioned that there has been occurrence of the wheat blast, FAR, locust, cassava, and I think in the event of changes, the climate changes in years to come or decades to come, these occurrences in frequency and its dimension is going to rise. Therefore, we have to be prepared in terms of two things. One is we must have the large number of the human resources, trained human resources from the academia. We have 75 agricultural universities. I think that should not be a big challenge. Only there has to be a policy in place that this set of curriculum is there in the courses. When the student after MSc or PhD exit the university, they are skilled, they are trained, they have the passion to go into the areas in the respective areas, either animal sciences or poultry, fishery, horticulture, or crop sciences, with the adequate training, and they can ambush the problem in a way, taking the challenges head on. And therefore, to have this happen in the future, I think what is much more important is that we must have the relevant or consistent level of the logistics and infrastructures. To develop this, we need the policy support, financial support, and these supports should not be in a particular area and other areas should be divided. This should be neutral, actually, the crop neutral, subject matter division neutral, so that each and everyone, whoever is the stakeholder, they can take the benefit of this one. Here, another thing is equally important is that maybe this may be a national problem or local problem, but the partnership can play a very big role. There are countries who have much more experience in this area than us. Let us join hands with those agencies, either maybe global agencies or global universities or better universities or academia, those who have experiences in these such areas, so that we can develop our partnership. We can expand our roles in the SAARC region or BIMSTEC regions to help our neighboring countries, those science and technology is not may not be at what level we have it in India. So I think these 4 or 5 points should be able to transform the way that the pest and pathogen occurrences can be managed efficiently in times to come. With this, thank you. I must thank you. I thank the chair and the organizers for giving me opportunity to speak on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for a very useful suggestion and inputs. And now I switch over to Dr. Praveen Malik, Environmental Commissioner, Government of India, to make his comment in 5 minutes time.
Thank you, Chair. Because I have spoken a bit on livestock sector in the morning session. In fact, the yesterday's session continued today. Considering the importance of livestock sector, basically we have to have some solutions for the challenges we are talking about in terms of nutrition and then breeding. But the most important to this session are the infectious diseases, what we are talking about. In fact, the frequent occurrence of these diseases, we need to understand different factors which are influencing the distribution, incidence, and burden of these infectious diseases. They can be societal, they can be biological, they can be physicochemical characters of the organism itself. In fact, we need to understand the description of the diseases of the past. These caused by different pathogens, whether they are emerging or they are new, or they are existing ones, or they are re-emerging ones. So we need to understand the distribution, we need to understand the virulence, the incidence, we need to understand the resistance of these pathogens to different drugs. And there we also need to understand some kind of disease interactions along with the host disease interaction. And that's where we have to basically have a big understanding of the whole pathogen, the host, and the environment as such, as a triad, and as well as the population dynamics in the whole system. In fact, considering the way we are now entering into the agricultural models, the entrepreneurship models, as a business, we are taking up these factors. So probably with these, the intensive agriculture is going to be there in coming years, and there will be more interaction between the animals, the humans, and the wildlife, along with our agricultural commodities. There will be, because of this increased globalization and interaction, some unforeseen emergencies might be there, but some predictive can also be there. For example, we are talking about the flu. In fact, when we speak about the influenza A viruses, we have got big epidemics in 1917. We call it Spanish flu. Then we have got 1957, 58, almost 40 years. And we were expecting, we predicted the 97 pandemic, and we could basically tackle this. And probably these present outbreaks of avian flu, every year it's coming to different countries. More than 70 countries are reporting throughout the world. These diseases, they are affecting the whole dynamics of the complete professions, including agriculture and the livestock husbandry as well. So we have to basically tackle these diseases, including the transboundary animal diseases or the transboundary diseases in other sectors. We need to have we have to take up different mechanisms to diagnose. Basically, it's a model to have the prediction, diagnosis, prevention, and then controlling and containing the diseases. In fact, Dr. Krishna Kumar has meticulously taken up most of those issues, and the paper has meticulously described these things. But apart from what he has described, we need to basically look into what kind of diagnosis we are talking about, what kind of things we are talking about. Right now, what the basic diagnostic tools we are using are either antibody-based immunoassays or the molecular diagnostic tools. But now we have to shift from the antibody-dependent systems to antibody independent systems like heptamer based or some kind of better, precise, efficient sensor based diagnostics. At the same time, the therapeutics, this prophylaxis side, probably we need to go for the better improved vaccines with DIVA capabilities. That is differentiation of infection with from the vaccinated animals. The most important thing which Dr. Krishna Kumar has specifically pointed out about our epidemiological strength.
Dr. Malik, now I think.
Just 1 minute, sir, I'm completing. So this epidemiology and the reporting, these capacities have to be built. So we need to go for the proactive responses rather than the reactive responses. And in this, the joint efforts, either nationally, regionally, globally, to take up for capacity building in terms of diagnosis, both infrastructure and R&D, the biologicals for prevention and prophylaxis of the diseases, and the manpower capital we are talking about for responsive control and containment. We have to speak about these ones. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. And in fact, considering the present LSD, African swine and I don't know, something is happening. It's okay, right? Oh, thank you. Thank you. The African swine fever in the last year, we are seeing new occurrences of the diseases in our country, and we are so far successfully tackling these diseases. But most importantly for so far is to look into the other parameters so that we can not only increase the income of the farmers here, but also support them in making a conducive environment for exporting their commodities as well in this sector. Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Malik, for summarizing some of the importance of some of the disease aspect and what we can really do with surveillance, diagnostics, and vaccine development. Well, I'll sum up later. Then let us switch over to the third discussion. Dr. N. Bhaktavasalam, Director, NBIR. May I request Dr. Bhaktavasalam? Is he there? Oh, okay, he's there. Okay, please.
Please unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Sorry, we can't hear you, Dr. Bhaktavasalam. Video is coming through, but your audio is not coming through. Please retry. No audio, only video. We are receiving your video. We can see you, but we are unable to hear you.
Next, we are switching over to Dr. Rajesh Bhatia, FAO representative. Dr. Bhatia, are you listening? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. Please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are my slides visible?
Yes, visible.
Dr. Bhatia, you have got only 4 minutes.
Sir, I will finish in 4.5 minutes. Please allow me extra half a minute.
Wonderful.
Well, sir, thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone. And thank you to Dr. Krishna Kumar and Dr. Varnela for excellent presentation, and also to my friend Dr. Malik for highlighting the importance of infectious diseases in the rural ecosystem, as well as that of irrational use of antibiotics that cause a global problem of antimicrobial resistance. The carry-home messages in the base document are very clear. By 2030, we have to feed 1.5 billion Indians. We have to take care about the livelihood of around 60% of our population engaged in food production, and more than 1 billion animals need quality care in an environment which we need to preserve. And one of the major risk factors here are the infectious diseases. This has been said earlier, but then if you look at the data, we need to give serious consideration to transmission between the animal diseases to the humans, as well as the animal infections which can arise and erupt as a pandemic, and one of which we are seeing now. And in this millennium, almost all the pandemics that have occurred are because of the viruses which primarily affected the wildlife. But these numbers, 1400, 800, are immaterial. They are very small number. The real number lies in the number of viruses which are circulating in wildlife even today, 850,000 estimated number. And of these, around 20,000 are coronaviruses. Now just imagine one coronavirus causing COVID-19 pandemic and its global impact, and we still have around 20,000 lurking in the wildlife. And how do we get into the wildlife? The moment we start changing the land use, the moment we start deforestation, there is a spillover from wildlife into the livestock, and from there into the human beings. And one of these so many viruses can then multiply and erupt as a pandemic. This is a well-known fact. Dr. Malik just now referred about bird flu. It has already hit 12 Indian states. The consumption of poultry, as per newspaper reports, has gone down by 20%. But this has a potential to erupt as a pandemic. If you go back into the history by just 15 years, in 2004, 2005, we had similar kind of bird flu in 14 or 15 Asian countries, resulting into a loss of $10 billion to the poultry industry. But the more important thing was, we were scared at that time that it can move into a pandemic, causing an estimated 7 million deaths worldwide. So that's the importance that we wanted to highlight so far as the pandemics are concerned. But pandemics are once in a while. Our people in the villages every day are living in an environment which is infection friendly. The environment where human animals come in close contact in a biosecurity which is compromised. And a lot of antibiotics, the one which is given on the right side, has got 2 antibiotics which are critical for human beings, cephalexin and colistin. Now, these kind of things are used so that the weak or inadequate biosecurity, poor sanitation, weak hygiene, those can be compensated by treating all the infections arbitrarily by extensive use of antibiotics. And what does it do? It creates resistant organisms which move through food chain into the human beings and then move across the world. And this is now, antimicrobial resistance is now perceived as the greatest threat in our fight against infectious diseases globally. Just few parameters, I'm not going to read all these, but we need to take action now. Otherwise, the projections are that by 2050, the resistant organisms will kill every year 10 million human beings. It will reduce livestock production by 7.5%, and there would be a reduction in the GDP of the world by 3.5%. That's going to be the impact of AMR or irrational use of antibiotics or a weak global weak biosecurity in our rural setting, which is going to affect the entire world. What can we do? We should advocate a new way of working. This message has been coming across since yesterday. Human health, animal health, plant health, and environment health have to work together. And this is the concept which most of the international agencies like FAO, OIE, UNEP, and WHO are advocating the concept of One Health, which is basically a collaborative, multi-sectoral, and transdisciplinary approach working at all levels, local, regional, national, and global, with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes for humans, animals, livestock, poultry, as well as preserving our environment. The whole essence is we need to work together. But this doesn't mean some people think that we need to have a separate vertical program for One Health in one ministry or the other. That's not the essence of One Health. One Health means that within a particular sector, we can have theoretically two components. One is to enhance our own capacity. In animal health, our own capacity, our own infrastructure, our own diagnostic capability, our own introduction of technologies. At the same time, our animal health sector has to collaborate on a real-time basis, coordinate and collaborate with other three sectors so that the expertise can be pooled and the collective wisdom can be applied for improving the health of animals and improving the health of human beings. How can it be done? Last slide, sir. We already have a document from FAO which provides a national framework which can be adapted in the local context. And India in 2017 developed a One Health based national action plan on AMR, which we need to implement it vigorously now. Lastly, sir, the document by Dr. Krishna Kumar and Vanilla talks about bioterrorism. But I would suggest that let's not worry about it. There is no evidence that bioterrorism is going to hit our country or any other country in a big way. No sane national leader is going to use it. But even if someone uses it, to respond to it, we have only one approach: same strong public health in animals sector and public health in human sector, or a strong One Health approach to tackle bioterrorism as well as naturally occurring infections in rural ecosystem. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatia, for very beautifully highlighting the One Health. And along with FAO, ICR is running project also on INFAR. So that's a beautiful contribution we are getting from FAO side. And we are all countries aware about how antimicrobial resistance is important for this country and also for many countries in the world. Now I think Dr. Bhakt Vaslam has joined back.
Dr. Bhaktavasalam, can we retry you, please? We can see that you're online. We are receiving your video.
Please unmute yourself. Unmute.
Please unmute yourself. Your microphone is muted.
Okay. Again you are muted.
Can you hear me?
Again you are muted.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Please continue. No, it's not unmuted. No, it's not unmuted. Please unmute your microphone on the bottom bar on the screen. You will see a red microphone sign. Please unmute that. Chris. So I think Dr. Bhakt Vaslam is not able to connect. Now let me go to Dr. Keith Vaslam. Dr. Keith, actually. Keith, press. Dr. Keith.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. I think, listening to the speakers and also to the discussion on the pests and the pandemics, preparedness and biosecurity, we have to think, when we're thinking about pest management, the appropriate approach and the effective approach really depends on the pest. There's no one solution that fits all pests and diseases. But there's common elements to consider. And first, you need to think of the type of the pest. Are we dealing with a quarantine pest? An invasive species that we're trying to stop from getting into a country. And if so, and we've heard by the speaker that often the reporting of such pests is so slow that by the time it is reported, the pest is already spread and established in the country. So in that case, of course, quarantine has failed. And so we have to be prepared for that. And what will we do in that situation? If it's an invasive pest like the fall armyworm, so in the example in India, it's well established. So here we need a community approach for well-established invasive pests that are now full-time residents in the country. And community approaches, of course, they involve farmers. And you know, farmers themselves, they're the local scientists. They're the men on the ground, the people on the ground, the men and women on the ground that, you know, have an extraordinary wealth of information that we as scientists, as researchers, as administrators should tap into. There's a lot of training of farmers, but farmers can share and train themselves in a variety of IPM approaches. So this is an area that we should not overlook and we should not forget about. Now, when we come to other pests, other transboundary pests like desert locusts, you know, obviously quarantine, community approaches, IPM strategies, they are much, much harder to implement. So here we need a centralized approach. And in the example of India, there's the Locust Warning Organization, you know, the world's oldest national locust program on this planet. And the Locust Warning Organization, of course, it's a centralized strategy. So here we're talking about centralized database, centralized decision-making, centralized resources, centralized training. And why is that important? Is simply because, you know, in the case of desert locusts, they move so rapidly from state to state that often we'll find ourselves chasing the locusts if we don't have kind of a centralized command structure. So that's one element I wanted to bring to your attention. The second one, as we've heard already, is the very key importance of understanding the distribution of any type of pest or disease and monitoring those changes and those trends. So in this case, you know, a monitoring system needs to be established and put into place and sustained and function effectively and on time. This requires probably the standardization of monitoring methods and of tools, and of course, not just for monitoring, but also for control. So here again, fall armyworm is an example. FAO developed these standardized tools in Africa when fall armyworm first arrived there, and then spread subsequently to the Middle East and to Asia. So this is helps, of course, to better monitor such pests, and you need to have that monitoring in terms of making effective and appropriate decisions. But you know, we're living in an information age. So all of these efforts of monitoring and data collection, it needs to be shared. And it needs to be shared in an open way, open data access. Centralized databases, absolutely essential, not only for operations, but you know, for further scientific investigations, for research needs. And you know, these approaches, these tools, they need to be innovative. And it's nice, you know, we've heard mention of artificial intelligence. Absolutely, there's great prospects in artificial intelligence, but it's not the one solution to fit everything. You know, we cannot forget the importance of human intelligence. So we need to combine both the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence in, you know, innovative ways and approaches to fit into tools, into response programs, management programs for such pests and diseases. So it needs to be appropriate to the pest, and it needs to be appropriate to the target user. May it be the farmer, the community, the extension agent, the state administrator, or the director of the Locust Warning Organization, for example. And then lastly, I just want to mention probably the greatest challenge of all, and that's coordinating all of these efforts. You know, within a single country, you know, all of the federal, the regional, the state, and the local agencies need to be coordinated. They have to approach, you know, pest management, preparedness, biosecurity in a coordinated manner. If we have people agencies that are working in different directions, this can be counterproductive. And this is not only for a single country, but of course, when we talk about desert locusts, then we have to think about the region, think about the other countries in Southwest Asia. And here, for example, FAO's commission, regional commission, addresses that issue. But then, of course, desert locust is beyond the region. It's also global in nature. It covers several continents. And so again, FAO with this Desert Locust Information Service is monitoring the situation globally and providing those early warning and forecasts that are needed for preparedness and for anticipatory actions and effective responses. So again, when we're talking on pest management issues, we need to look at the pests. We need to look at who it is affecting, where is it impacting.
Dr. Keith, may I request to please wrap up?
Yes, I've just wrapped up. Over to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So with the permission of the chair, we're just trying one last time with Director NVARI.
Yeah,
Dr.
please try
Bhaktavatsalam.
once more. Yeah.
Can you just please remove your headset, unplug from the machine, from your laptop?
Oh, no, he's not able to miss. You're telling some more person was there? Ms. Salan, you were telling someone was there. One more discussant was there.
No, we've covered all the discussants.
All we finished.
Except for the Director NBARI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we're not still able to get your audio feed.
Yeah. एक बार कर लेते हैं.
This is quite unique that there is not a single question. There are lots of useful comments that have come through in the chat box. We're still trying, not giving up.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. Respected chairman and members, actually, most of the points which have been already told by Dr. Krishna Kumar is relevant to us, especially in terms of the quarantine. So one of the main issues is our quarantine systems should be strengthened, both for international as well as within India quarantine. Because one issue which already I want to flag you is, in 2016, we identified one Rugo spiraling whitefly in Pollachi, but within a span of 2 years, it has spread up to Andhra Pradesh. But the main reason was the seedlings were transported from one region to other region, especially from Tamil Nadu to Andhra Pradesh. So that is the reason it has spread. So it clearly shows our within country quarantine has to be strengthened, as well as another issue which we have is when we have the international quarantine, we don't have any issue with the larger produce which we are importing, but the small things like plant material which is even brought out by most of the passengers, I think that needs to be checked. I think we need to have one strengthened quarantine in airports and maybe seaports also. Then another thing is I want to have suggest that we should have an excellent network both within the country as well as within our other neighboring countries, so that we can have an excellent monitoring system of these invasives on the same lines like we have for the locust monitoring system. Then when we say about biological control, whatever we are talking is mostly in the production of biocontrol agents, especially the macrobials and microbials. As we know, the parasites and predators, we don't have any production units as on now. I think we need to encourage that. We should have more of production units, even at the farmers level production units, farmers organizations production units. I think that will be helping us to cover more areas with microbials as well as the macrobials. And again, we may have to think of incentive to farmers in terms of kind or any other way which we can think it. Maybe we may also what we are telling about the residue level based incentives may be given. If the residue is level in the crop produce is less, I think incentive may be more to the farmers. Then in terms of biological control, again, we want to say that we need a good network within the countries which have the potential of biological control, which are pioneers in biological control, and also some countries which have the resource, especially the parasites and predators, where we will be able to import. If we have that network in place before any pest comes, or even if the pest comes, this facilitate us to import it very quickly, and again we can go for field releases, because we are facing this problem in terms of cassava mealybug, because almost like from March we are seeing, but still the importation of the parasitide Anagarus is not happening because the lack of networking is there in that. Then that's all. I thought some of the points which most of the points have been already covered by Krishna Kumar. These are some of the points which I want to make. Thank you for the opportunity given to me, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Vasalam. Finally, you are able to make it your points.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now we will switch over to general discussion. If there is any participant, I can comment quickly. We've got 5-6 minutes left. So if one or two participants can give his comments, any suggestion?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Ravi Prakash, Plant Protection Advisor and at the Directorate of Plant Protection Quarantine at Faridabad. As highlighted by Dr. Krishna Kumar and Dr. Again from NBI, the biosecurity is very important in terms of plant quarantine and other quarantine systems. And a holistic approach of having the whole biosecurity with the plant health, animal health was already there a few years back. That is again under consideration with the government, where this quarantine plant health issues, animal and marine all together it was put, and having the all biosecurity of India. So that proposal is already with the government, which was there for strengthening the plant quarantine systems at the point of entry, and again giving the safe global trade by having a very reliable inspection system. But anyway, however, presently under the DIP Act, Destructive Insect Act, Pest Act 1914, we have the Plant Quarantine Order 2003, well-established system of screening the plant and plant materials which is coming to the country, and only after the inspection and all these things it is being released. So whatever is there that is within the system, we have the well system of plant quarantine in the country. Of course, for strengthening any systems is not end. Anytime we can strengthen in the way of manpower, in the way of laboratory, and we have very numbers of that plant quarantine stations now, more than 70, though it is 100 plus, but more than 70 are functional. Out of that, the 7 are the regional plant quarantine stations from where all these risky materials, propagating materials are allowed to be imported. And we regulate more than 1250 commodities for import into the country, which ask the additional declaration of many pests, which include about 580 plus insects, 229 of plant pathogen, virus, viroid, and many bacteria are regulated through the plant quarantine. And it is based on the pest risk analysis, which IPPC, Indian International Plant Protection Convention, allow. So we have a very well system of plant quarantine, and whatever we allow into the country, it is based on the pest risk analysis. And if there is additional declaration is required, we are asking the exporting country to give us the additional declaration from freedom of the exotic pest, so that our biosecurity is safe, plant biosecurity is safe. And in case of that global trade, we have the very well system of export systems, and we meet the condition of the importing country while we exporting. So with this few, I wanted to thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for giving information regarding plant quarantine station that we have in the country, and that has to be further strengthened. So I think if there are no further comments and questions from audience and participant, then we can go for the sum up of the.
I have a point to make.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I am Deepak Pental on the line. You know, this session has emphasized tremendously the threat of pests and pathogens on crops and animal livestock and so on. But unfortunately, the scientific solutions have not been emphasized. And I hope as we go along, we will try to figure out how R&D can help in breeding for resistant crops, for breeding for livestock that is resistant to some of the diseases. So it should not be only prediction and diagnostics, it should be genetic interventions, and the farmers will accept these interventions very readily. As we know, you provide them any disease resistance or pest resistant material and they take it up very, very fast. So I think the scientific solutions must be highlighted as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for a very, very nice suggestion. And it has come from a person like your stature. Thank you very much. So now we have come up with the end of this session. And before that, I would like to sum up that with starting from the theme presentation by Dr. Krishna Kumar, it was a very nice presentation, and he really set the agenda for the discussion. And touching almost each and every aspect of pest pandemics and what is the effect on with regard to crop, horticulture crop, fishery, livestock, and what is the impact of climate change, what is the impact on biodiversity, and also he came out with some of the coordination and action plan critical gaps identified. And followed by discussant, we start with Dr. A.K. Singh, DDG Horticulture. He was really, able to point out certain suggestion that that pest and pandemics is going to continue, and it will come at a greater intensity than before. Therefore, our preparedness with regard to infrastructure and with regard to human resources should be there, and for that, there must be investment on that. Then Dr. Malik and Commissioner, he pointed out about the infectious diseases, how severe it is, and how are the emerging and re-emerging diseases, especially in the last 1 or 2 years. We have got 2 new diseases for the livestock, lumpy skin disease, and then African swine fever. African swine fever, it has come up, and though we are controlling it, but by all means of acquiring this biosecurity, but even the disease has spread to several states. So our system, our surveillance system, diagnostic system should be very infrastructure. He also pointed out that instead of being reactive, such like pandemics, or any emergence or re-emergent disease, we should be proactive, so that we are ready with the solution. And whenever such a disease comes up, we have to finish it at the spot only. Dr. Bhatia was very instrumental in highlighting the One Health issue in the country, and he was really, he's working on a One Health issue, and he showed that what is the importance of AMR, is really antimicrobial resistance, and that is going to be a big issue. It is a big issue, and all WHO and OIE and FAO, all are accepted. This is a global problem and a very serious problem, and we are addressing to that. So we need to address this problem as well in this India. Then Dr. Keith also, we said that about management of pest, and so the community involvement should be there, and of course farmers have also got knowledge, and that knowledge we should also utilize them. And coordination is the one thing that at the farmers level, at the state level, at the central level, and this coordination mechanism, and with a umbrella, central umbrella, should be always instituted as a kind of institutional mechanism to look after that. You also asked about the data sharing. Data sharing data should be in the open access, so that if any pest pandemic is coming in one country, others should be able to do it. Of course, there is a mechanism with FO and OIE to share this data, and every country's responsibility is that they have to report to OIE if any disease, and similarly might be for the plant and crop also, so that neighboring country can also take care of and take all precautionary measures and biosecurity measures. Regarding plant quarantine, that was also discussed by Director NBIR, and that it should be further strengthened, because as far as animal is concerned, all animals are livestock products, live birds, anything that comes to India, we have got a very stringent system to test them. And if they're found we are all testing them for 30 diseases at our different ICR institute. If they're found to be positive for any disease, we have to discard those animals, destroy them at the airport, at the dock only, and finish it. So we have got a good system. And in last 30 years, we have not imported any disease from any country through the import of livestock products, and that is the beauty that we have it. So we have got a very stringent measure with that. Now, Dr. Pentel, he really made a very good point that we have to find solution for this. As far as by 2030, our demand is going to increase further, and in addition to crop, the demand is food grain is only for 348 million ton. But as far as fisheries, horticulture and livestock products, milk and dairy products, etc., the demand will be almost 100% more by 2030. So there will be more stress on the animals, and therefore there's always possibility of emergence of more and more diseases. And for that, we should have a proper infrastructure to see them. Especially, in the era of COVID, when we could know that we do not have proper infrastructure in terms of BSL 3 level facilities, where we can really deal with such like organisms, such like viruses. They require a lot of containment facilities. So such infrastructure now government is looking for, and I hope that from this forum, that the kind of infrastructure in form of different BSL 3 level facilities should be there with regard to animal science and veterinary science, and also with the medical science also, with the medical institute. And because as I said, that those 75% of diseases are going to come from the animals. So the one health issue, we have to see that every disease which are coming from the animals would be taken care of, monitored, and also diagnostics and vaccine also, and see that how we can really control them, and a lot of coordination between the medical and the veterinary people, and also crop people. It is not that AMR only comes from the livestock or poultry. This antimicrobial resistance also comes from the crop also. A lot of antibiotics are being used in crop science also as a management of pest. So therefore, all one health point of view, that crop science, fishery, livestock, or medical humans, all should work together and try to target that. Lastly, we have to take technology intervention. That was not pointed out, and one of the very learned colleague or participant, they pointed out that why we should go for different kind of resistant crop development, biofortified plants, resistant animals for the diseases. So because population is going to increase, population will be there. We cannot check it, and therefore we have to. And people are more for the nutritional security and then for the food security. And nutritional security comes from the animals, the livestock product, and horticulture. And therefore, we have to look into those aspects and see that our newer technology, newer molecular tools that can be utilized for the better production from the animals, while having only optimum production. No. Entire world other than India, they've all gone for the Europe and America. They've all gone for the maximizing model. So the time has come that we have to go for the optimized model of production, and there so that we can have a sustainability of production in the country and also as the whole in the world. So with this, I think thank you for giving me this opportunity to chair this session, and along with my colleague, I thank Professor Ramesh and Honorable Member Niti Ayog and Mr. Tomio for having given this opportunity. And I thank all speakers, especially theme speaker, Dr. Krishna Kumar and Vanilla, and all 4 or 5 discussants are giving the very wonderful views, and hope that all their views and points will be knocked out, penned down, and we can have a good recommendation from this session. With this, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
On behalf of the co-organizers, I'd like to thank the chair, the author presenters, as well as the discussants. If I might say so, on this issue of pest pandemics, preparedness and biosecurity, the team really acted like an RRT, a rapid response team, quickly swinging into action, taking a decision that this theme has to be included in the national dialogue, and the authors equally quickly responded with a paper. And there have been several policy recommendations that we made, which our team has taken note of. And with that, we come to the close of this thematic session. We are now moving on to the next session on natural farming, agroecological and biodiverse futures. For this, may I request Dr. Konda Chava to please take on the moderation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shalini. Good evening, friends and colleagues. Today, we have an esteemed panel of experts and practitioners to discuss the topic natural farming, agroecological and biodiverse futures. This session will dwell deeper into understanding the value proposition of agroecology and natural farming systems. The session will discuss the potential of natural farming systems to meet the challenges of food and nutritional security, achieve optimal efficacy in natural resource exploitation, integrate technology and innovation, augment climate resilience, and guarantee economic viability. I welcome you all to this exciting session chaired by Mr. Satya Tripathi. He is the current UN Assistant Secretary General and the head of the New York office at UN Environment. He is a development economist and lawyer with over 35 years of global experience. He has served with the UN in key positions in Europe, Asia, and Africa in the areas of climate change, human rights, democratic governance, and legal affairs. The first presenter today is Dr. Ravi Prabhu from World Agroforestry Center. He is the current Director of Innovation, Investment, and Impact. He is an accomplished scientist with 20 years of experience in multidisciplinary research and action in forested landscape. He led the UNEP team that contributed to the UN RED program and is a recipient of the prestigious Queen's Award for Forestry in 2005. He will be followed by Mr. T. Vijay Kumar with a presentation on the success of the community-managed natural farming in Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Vijay Kumar is the ex officio Special Chief Secretary to the Government of Andhra Pradesh and the Executive Vice Chairman of Raitu Sadhikara Samstha, implementing a state-owned agroecology initiative with the 2026 vision to cover 60 lakh farmers in 12 districts of Andhra. We can expect some very interesting grassroots insights from him. As discussants, we have Dr. Ghosh, Dr. Dorin, and Professor Partap. Dr. Arunabha Ghosh is a public policy professional. He is the founder CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. He is a co-chair of the Energy, Environment and Climate Change track for India's Science, Technology and Innovation Policy, and a co-chair of the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on Clean Air. Dr. Bruno Dorin is an agricultural economist at CIRAD with over 30 years of multidisciplinary research experience on various aspects of nexus agriculture, nutrition, poverty, ecology, and has developed AgriBiome, a quantitative tool for analyzing production, trade, and use of biomass. Professor Tej Partap is an internationally renowned policy and strategy expert of mountain farming and organic agriculture development. He is currently the Vice Chancellor of the Govind Ballabh Pant University of Agriculture and Technology. Professor Partap was instrumental in preparing the vision and mission 2020 of organic agriculture in India. With these introductions, now I hand over the esteemed panel to Mr. Satya Tripathi to chair. Over to Mr. Satya Tripathi.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chava, for the brilliant introductions of our esteemed presenters and the discussants to follow. I'll speak very little because I would really like the distinguished minds that we have today to reflect and share their insights on something of critical importance to India. And let me take a few minutes to frame why I think this is of critical importance to India. I'll start with a minute of the global challenge where we are at. As you know, the Secretary General of the United Nations has already mentioned in his State of the Planet speech that he delivered at Columbia University just a few weeks earlier, that 2021 will be the year that we will turn the Titanic around, that we will really do things, we'll stop talking as humans and we'll start doing things, because that is what is essential to starting the decade of action, 2021 to 2030. The challenge that we have in front of us is not a planetary challenge. The planet will be fine. It is the human species that is at risk, not the planet. We will have a sixth mass extinction, as scientists warn us. And then, of course, the planet will go on. It has gone on for billions of years. So the planet will be fine. So we should stop pretending that we are doing it for the planet. We are doing it for the other species when we have taken over 75% of the entire land mass on the planet. That's the global challenge. And the World Meteorological Organization, in its latest study, tells us that the 1.5 degree scenario is not going to be something by the turn of the century. There's actually 70% chance of that happening in the next 5 years. That's the challenge we are confronted with. Coming down to India, air, water, land. Talking about air, we lose 1.7 million people every year to air pollution. That's the 2019 number. The recent Lancet report, the Global Burden of Disease report, of which several UN agencies have played a big part, including the UN Environment Program. And they're basically telling us we're losing roughly $40 billion to air pollution. That's the economic impact. And apart from the tremendous public health impact and children growing up lung impaired and what have you. And the way we do agriculture has a lot to contribute to that, especially if you live in Delhi and many parts of North India where the impact is much more pronounced. You know what I am talking about. I have been a Delhiite for a long time. I have myself breathed in the toxic air for many, many years. Coming to water, we are water stressed beyond explanation. India is the 13th most water stressed country on the planet, and it will only get worse. The Niti Aayog report that was released recently tells us very, very scary stories and analysis and findings of what will happen to very many states of India, very many cities in India that will pretty much run out of groundwater in 2020, 2021. And so that's not going to get any better unless we think any better. So I think that's what the challenge is. And coming to land, scientists tell us that we would run out of any harvest. We're pretty much 50 harvests away from not producing anything meaningfully. And so these are not, I'm not trying to scare anybody into thinking differently. I think what is more important is we need to really understand that we have a significant challenge. And as the scientific community of India, or for that matter, the world, we really need to look at the fate of 1.4 billion people hanging in the balance based on what we do and how we see the next decade panning out. Let me stop there and invite Dr. Ravi Prabhu to go ahead with his presentation. Ravi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Satya. Let me see if I can
get my presentation going. Please bear with me. Could you please confirm that you can see my screen?
Not it, Dr. Prabhu, not it.
Okay, sorry.
If you have any difficulty, let me know. I will upload the PDF.
Yeah. It's not allowing me to select what I want to show. Yes, perhaps we should just go with the PDF so as we don't waste people's time.
Okay, I am loading the PDF. Just give me a second.
Thank you. Many thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this opportunity. And dear Satya, you have effectively saved us a bit of time because a lot of the first slides were the ones that speak to the points that you have made. My name is Ravi Prabhu from World Agroforestry and the Center for International Forestry Research. Next slide, please. My main points today, and this is not going to be a surprise to anybody here, that agriculture consumes far too much for what it produces. In the past, we thought about agriculture as a food production sector. I think it needs to be rethought. We need agriculture to deliver multiple benefits because it consumes far too much for what it does. Too much fresh water, too much of the fertile soil, too much production of greenhouse gases, pesticides, and toxicity. We can't simply focus on food production any longer from agriculture, and there is no need to. So we need to reimagine agriculture, and I guess this is what this dialogue is all about, and I've listened in. So, I'm speaking here, I think, largely to the converted. Today, I'll be focusing on using agroecological principles and related new technologies to develop an agriculture that satisfies multiple objectives as well as producing food. In this, we will not succeed unless farmers and other value chain actors are equal partners, because essentially we're talking about a mindset, attitude, and behavior change. It is about the people, not just about the technologies or the science. So, agroecological approaches stipulate that all the value chain actors, including and especially farmers, must be included in this process. And the final point, coming from research myself, is that science must stop being a problem, stop being a source of lock-in to previous technologies, but contribute evidence towards the transformation of agriculture. Because we cannot perpetuate the status quo, as the chair of the previous session so eloquently put it. Next slide, please. So, to our challenges, and our chair Satya Tripathi has covered many of these, so I'll go quite fast over here. Next slide, please. We know here that we are on a highway to hell, and the longer-term perspectives, if we continue the way we have, can only increase our food and nutrition insecurity while exacerbating climate change effects, etc., etc. Next slide, please. The challenges facing the globe, and many of them emanating or being contributed to by agriculture, are many. The food systems are at risk. We have so much noise in the system that separating noise from signal is difficult. We know that we have to feed more people, but it's not just about feeding them. It's about ensuring that the nutrition is okay. We have climate change. We have massive soil degradation. That is the map in the background. Well, we have pandemics, and there are more on the way, and you can be sure of that as we move forward. Next slide, please. The challenge that I will want to address a little bit here today, and with some examples, is that we cannot use yesterday's attitudes and yesterday's science to solve tomorrow's problems. So this is the issue of lock-in. We have to plug the gap between the rhetoric calling for transformation and our action and our ability to actually deliver this. So we needed, to look for a new kind of science, and agroecological principles and agroecology present a pathway to that, and that would be one of my main points today. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, land degradation affects over 40% of the Earth's surface, and I will spend a little bit of time on soil just to illustrate the importance of new technologies in helping us to get there. The other part of it is, if you just take a look at India and China, here we have countries of sort of equal population, but a massive difference in tree cover. It was fine. We could stay with that slide on tree cover, please. Just as an indicator of the kinds of problems we have. And speaking as a tree person, that is something that really concerns me, that we are lagging so far behind. Next slide, please. I spoke about pesticides and toxicity. We've had outbreaks of heavy metals in soil crop systems, and this is the result of the use of poor quality fertilizers, inappropriate use of fertilizers, and the use of chemical fertilizers in excess, but also of pesticides and herbicides. To simply say that we would, the problem is with dosage, is to ignore the problem that are actually existing across many of our landscapes. Next slides, please. I don't think I need to speak very much to the arsenic menace, which is a direct impact of excessive groundwater removals in our systems. And where you have intensive agriculture and intensive groundwater utilization, you've got a lot of arsenic, particularly in rice crops and right across the Ganga basin. Next slide, please. Can we have the next slide? Yeah. And as a result, it's no surprise that
Dr. Prabhu, are you there?
Organic agriculture, you can call for them to do better forms of agriculture, but if the water you're supplying them through irrigation is polluted, as it often is, there's not much they can do about it. So we need a systemic solution. It cannot be just a farm field type solution. Next slide, please. So let's get to the central topic. Next slide, please, of agroecology and what it promises us. And a few years ago, I was a contributor to the first agroecological conference that FAO organized in Rome in 2014. And then already we knew that by reintroducing biological complexity into systems, by looking at the kinds of knowledge that we deploy, we can get to win-win opportunities that get beyond yield gaps and environmental gaps to looking at entire systems. The two pictures are on the top right is an agroforestry system in France with mechanization, and below that a more complex agroforestry system in the tropics. So it is a question of applying our imagination and our understanding to these systems. Next slide, please. So just a quick dive into agroecology, and I apologize if this is all familiar to you. As a science, it is transdisciplinary. It focuses on real-world problems and it is solution-oriented. It involves stakeholders, especially farmers. They're included in the solution-seeking space. It is a reflexive method of development, which means it uses principles of adaptive management and reflection so that you are always looking at iterative improvement. It is a set of practices, but it is also a set of generic principles where those principles lead to context-relevant practices. And it is also about the social movements, the generation of and the mobilization of social capital in order to change attitudes, mental models, and behaviors across the system. So that's sort of a very brief description of agroecology. Next slide, please. I'm not going to get into the depths of this. This is all work that is available in publications. A lot of these are from the high-level panel of experts on how you can apply the agroecological principles in developing context-relevant solutions. Next slide, please. The key challenge we have is to generate locally relevant innovations that help to transform the kind of agriculture from whatever status quo exists to the kind of future system that we want. And it will not be a smooth one-shot transition. Rather, it will require trial and error, iterative improvement. And this is really where research and science and structured approaches can help speed up trial and error so that we get to our destinations quicker rather than sooner. So the importance of localized and contextualized approaches that involve farmers, but also the ecosystems, the agro-ecosystems concerned, and their complexity as advantages rather than seeing them as a disadvantage to be simplified. What we have to look at is how we take these principles and how do we apply them across. And I think you'll see and hear a lot more about that when Mr. Vijay Kumar speaks to the examples from Andhra Pradesh. Next slide, please. So the key actions, and I want to only focus on three things here in the orange. We need to create a level playing field where all the actors concerned have a chance to be part of seeking the solution. We need to embrace rather than reject complexity, and we have to enable integration. There's a lot more beyond this, but this is not the venue for that. I think what we are seeing is a lot of efforts to do exactly that, supported on the one hand from high-end science, but very much on the other end from farmer innovation, local innovation, and the kinds of solutions that people are finding in numbers of landscapes around the country and around the world. Next slide, please. We are here because there has been, around the moralization of food, the imperatives that come from looking at food differently from where we were looking at it before. But, let us not kid ourselves that there is still a need for clarity in order to achieve these transitions in different contexts. We need to understand the basis and the nature of some of the controversies that we have, but we really need to get beyond the divisions. And here I really see the role of research, science, and providing the evidence that gets us beyond opinions, gets us to evidence-based investments and decision-making. And my last point here, if anybody understands agroecology as being anti-technology, anti-science, or anti-private sector, they have misunderstood what agroecology is about. It is a modern response to today's challenges, but also harking back to ecological principles and systems that we knew before. I would say that what we need is to reimagine the way we do agriculture. And for that, we need new metrics, new ways of seeing agriculture. And this is far too complex to go into here. But let me speak a little bit to that. Let's move ahead to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we have a much better understanding now of where we were, which is sort of the monoculture type landscapes that we have in the top picture, and then down to these multifunctional landscapes, which agroecology promotes, and modern science helps us to understand how to deploy biodiversity, how to manage biodiversity in these landscapes for multiple benefits, and the slide speaks to the kinds of multiple benefits we can get. Next slide, please. Here's an example from my field of agroforestry, and you can see that, in these slides, this happens to be actually Brazil, where they have successfully deployed agroforestry in various kinds of systems for much more resilient and much more productive outcomes. We're using metrics of land equivalent ratios rather than yield gap to understand, what the contributions are, and we're improving the productivity by factors of 200%. I think you will see some of this when Mr. Vijay Kumar also speaks. These are far more resilient systems and remain productive, and you can have them with annual crops and trees, or you can have them in permaculture, as you can see over here. Next slide, please. We wouldn't have imagined this a decade or so ago, but this is a picture from Bangladesh, where they are including mango in the rice systems, simply to make farmer incomes much more resilient. So simply by adding another species, we not only are doing a better job of harnessing the light, we are also managing temperatures, and we are managing income for farmers in a much more resilient way. This is a much more resilient and just as productive a system, but it's not just focused on a single culture. So there's a lot of information on how to deploy knowledge for these kinds of agroecological systems, of which agroforestry is one. Next slide, please. I said I would speak a little bit about soil, and here I'm going to speak about new ways of seeing and technology. So let's get to the next slide. Essentially, what we want to be able to do is to look across landscapes, and there was a slide missing, but it doesn't matter, and assess them cheaply and effectively as to their soil properties. So this is a way of looking at the landscape which is very different, using, in this case, mid-infrared spectroscopy. So that was a normal landscape, and if we go to the next slide, you will see what the models predict in terms of erosivity. We can do this for soil organic carbon and other properties. This is technology that now the Indian Institute of Soil Science has also adopted and is rolling out across the country. So we can now much more rapidly assess the status and see landscapes differently to what we used to be able to see them, because chemical methods would never be able to give you this kind of a picture. Next slide, please. This basically, talks us through the systems that we have used and are being deployed here in India as well, to get from plot-based analysis to predictions and large-scale maps, so that we can understand and manage large landscapes more effectively for multiple benefits, as we manage in this case soil properties. And these technologies are pretty cutting edge, I would say. They use infrared, but we also use X-ray and laser light instead of chemicals to analyze the soils. Next slide, please. We have deployed this, for instance, in Sri Lanka in 2002. You can see the picture on the left. That is the soil organic carbon status of the whole country. 10 years later, you can see they've lost a lot of their fertility along with their soil organic carbon. They've not only lost fertility, which is about their food production, but that organic carbon has been volatilized or eroded and has contributed in some part at least to greenhouse gas emissions through carbon dioxide volatilization. So, I mean, we can do this now across the country, and we are in fact in the process of laying down baselines across Andhra Pradesh to track potential improvements of agroecological approaches such as natural farming on key parameters such as soil organic carbon or water. Next slide, please. So I'm speaking about something that is, going beyond the food systems approach to coupling the landscapes within the food systems, because the tendency is to look at a food system and ignore, common lands or forest lands or urban lands. We have to look at the whole landscape. We need to have a new perspective. And agriculture is a major consumer of land. And, if it is the dominant force in a landscape, you do need to look at its impact on the whole landscape. And this sets out a theoretical framework to deal with that entire thing, which we are applying across the work that we are doing. Next slide, please. Thank you for being patient, folks. I'm getting to the end of my presentation. The good stuff is coming in the next presentation. So, I'm very pleased to note that with the Indian Council of Agriculture Research and ICRAF, largely out of discussions that Niti Aayog has facilitated, we are now very close to discussing, these are not yet agreed, areas of collaboration so that we can provide the evidence of what works and what doesn't in these agroecological approaches so that we can, as I said earlier, iteratively and adaptively improve what we're trying to do. And essentially that is my presentation, and I would at this stage thank you for your patience and hand you over to I think the more exciting presentation that awaits you with Mr. Vijay Kumar. Apologies for the problems at the beginning.
Thank you, Ravi. Thank you for putting the issues on the table. Because solutions can't be thought through in a vacuum. We need to understand the paradigm that we are confronted with and then decide what is the best solution. So, what Mr. Vijay Kumar is about to present to us is an extraordinary solution. Of course, much remains to be done, much remains to be understood. We know that it is at a scale that no one has seen before, certainly not on the planet. But at the same time, questions remain, and we need to understand it much more effectively, much more scientifically as to why it works. Over to Mr. Vijay Kumar. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Satya. I'll share my presentation. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is visible, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm extremely grateful to Niti Aayog, Ministry of Agriculture and FAO. I'm grateful to Dr. Ramesh Chand for this opportunity. And I really like the way it has been formulated, Indian agriculture towards 2030, which has three objectives: farmers' incomes, nutritional security, and sustainable food systems. And so therefore, I think what Satya has warned us, that whatever we do has to be within the bounds of ecology. So therefore, we take livelihoods in the context of improving the ecology. So in that sense, what we are trying in Andhra Pradesh is, can we have a state where all the farmers have transformed to a form of agriculture which is climate resilient and which is in harmony with nature and essentially driven by farmers, especially women farmers. So we're looking at a system-wide transformation which not only takes into account the farmers with lands, we're also focusing on farm workers. I just want to start with an example of what this transformation can achieve. This is a farmer in Anantapur where 17 out of 20 years have been drought years. And the typical cropping pattern is groundnut and, followed, also with red gram on the borders. And even in a good year, a farmer can hope to earn about 43,000 rupees per acre, but the land is used only for 4 months. So remaining 8 months, the land is fallow. And this is in a good year, but 17 out of 20 years have been drought years. So through the natural farming, regenerative agriculture, and an innovation in Andhra Pradesh we call as pre-monsoon dry sowing, the same farmer is now able to keep the ground covered for 12 months of the year. So there is one window we call the PMDS window, starts in March. So you have here the farmer has taken 15 to 21 varieties of seeds. Then in the monsoon, from July to in the Kharif season, July to October, he has taken groundnut and red gram, but he has also taken millets, he has taken vegetables, pulse crops. And then in the winter, from November to February, the land is not fallow. So 365 days of the year, there is greenery on the land. And these are some of the scenes from Mallikarjuna's field. And these are the various practices of regenerative agriculture which enable this to happen. And so what do we have here? You have a farmer who is utilizing the land 365 days of the year, where previously it was used only for 120 days. And at each point of time, there are 10 to 20 crops. So you have crop biodiversity, which is also leading to income regularity for the farmer. So there is a monthly income, so which improves the nutrition of the family and the consumers. So it is also more important, it is putting carbon into the soil. So it improving soil fertility, improving water retention. So you have in this package of practices virtually solutions to all the problems which were, which we are confronted with, which Dr. Ravi Prabhu mentioned. At the same time, the farmer, through this methodology, in the very first year of transformation, is able to earn more than 2.5 times. So close to 1,07,000. So this is not just one farmer. About 100,000 farmers in Andhra Pradesh last year have taken up pre-monsoon dry sowing. Not all of them have done as well as Mallikarjuna, but that's the potential that exists. So across all farming situations in the state, this pre-monsoon dry sowing has been taken up. The inspiration for this has, come from many people, but especially Walter Jena, who was supposed to speak today, but he'll be contributing a scientific paper to the proceedings, because he says that this is perhaps the most important breakthrough in agroecology, which is important for the entire globe. So this is a drone shot of Mallikarjuna's plot, last month. And now, as I mentioned, we want to do for the whole state, but in the last 5 years, we have been able to take it from 40,000 farmers in 700 villages. And this year, our target is 10,50,000 farmers in 3,730 villages. So we are in 1/3 of the villages of the state and 16% farmers and farm workers. So this is I would say, a non-linear expansion. And this is basically what is critical. Even if the technology is good, if it doesn't reach people, it's of no use. And I'm really grateful to the Ministry of Agriculture and Niti Aayog for formulating schemes which enabled this to happen. We have the Paramparagath Krishi Vikas Yojana, which enabled me to start this. And I'm really grateful to Niti Aayog for the series of consultations which led to the Ministry of Agriculture formulating the Bharatiya Prakritik Krishi Paddhati, which has started this year. So farmers have adopted it, and we have had independent assessment of the results on a very large scale. So 3 seasons are over, and we also are getting the report of the 4th season, that is the Rabi 1920. And the current Kharif assessment is going on. So across all 3 seasons, there's a very significant reduction in the cost of cultivation. Yield differences are not significant. Many cases, natural farming fields gave higher yields. And with the net result that significant increase in net income for the farmers could be seen. But we also have farms reporting better soil health, crop health, resilience, biodiversity, reduction in water usage, and more important, better health of the farmers and by extension, health of the consumers. Now, I just wanted to spend the next couple of minutes on what makes this happen. Obviously, government support is very critical, but I also believe that the knowledge we apply is extremely important. So the agroecology is essentially, I call it farming in harmony with nature. So therefore, the knowledge, and this has some universal principles. We believe there are about 9 universal principles of natural farming which are applicable across all the continents, but there are some specific practices. This was referred to by Ravi Prabhu also. So India's speciality is the role of the microbial biostimulants. These are not fertilizers, but they stimulate the soil microbiome. So this, of course, is the most important innovation, keeping the ground covered, because it is the photosynthesis which drives the soil fertility. And then the various formulations. This is microbial seed coating. This is biostimulant, the Ganajivamrita, Dravajivamrita. So these are biostimulants. Different kinds of biostimulants are used across the world. But this is the package of practices. But what enabled Andhra Pradesh to scale it up so well is the presence of women's self-help groups. Almost 90% of women in rural areas are organized into the self-help groups. And through these women self-help groups, knowledge sharing happens, collective action happens. They plan their activities, and they also finance these plans from their own money, and they also take care of the most vulnerable. So this is the most important pillar. And this is good because in India, about 70 million women across the country, thanks to the National Rural Livelihoods Mission, are organized. So this can be scaled up across the country. So it's not unique to Andhra Pradesh. It can be done in every state in the country because of the presence of the social capital. The second important pillar is the knowledge dissemination, because farmers are at the center of this technology dissemination, creation of technology. And so we have the champion farmers, farmer heroes, who are basically taking the knowledge to other farmers. They're also learning from other farmers and improving the content of the knowledge. Then, of course, we believe it takes about 6 to 8 years for this entire process. So you need to have a facilitating agency which stays put for 6 years, 8 years, 10 years in a geography to enable this transformation to happen. And that is the approach that we have adopted, that we should stay put in these villages till they become, bio villages. And it doesn't cost much because the cost of transformation we estimated for the whole state could be around 10,000 crores. But just in terms of savings in electricity consumption, we saved the government around 18,000 crores. And in fertilizer subsidy savings, we saved the government around 36,000 crores. So 10,000 crores investment required over 10 years, but savings are 54,000 crores, plus an equal amount saved for the farmers. And apart from this, we have other benefits to farmers and soil and environment. This is the last slide, basically. that, through the pre-monsoon dry sowing, through regenerative agriculture, we have two propositions. We can increase the cropping intensity in rain-fed agriculture to 2, and we can bring back fallow lands to life. In our state, we have a very large extent, close to 3 million hectares. And in some districts, the area which is fallow is equal to the area which is sown. So even if we bring back 50% of this land to life, so you can see the impact on food security that this can result in. And I'll not explain this, but we believe that through the natural farming, through PMDS, through regenerative agriculture, through agroecology, through natural farming, it is possible to cool the planet. And that is something, we look forward to Walter's detailed paper on how the processes that I have described are not only enhancing farmers' incomes, are enhancing nutritional security, are in harmony with nature. And to me, this is most important. Can we reverse climate change? I know it may sound foolish if I say this, but I strongly believe that if we don't take actions to reverse climate change, we won't be there. So, but there is a lot of hope. I think our farmers are really the gods who can make this difference. So I'll conclude here due to paucity of time, but I must thank Niti Aayog and all of you for this opportunity. Just trying to figure out how I can close my presentation.
Thank you so much, Vijay, for that excellent presentation. It brings to the fore that we have solutions, and that given the right kind of impetus and partnership with the government leading from the front, because when you're talking about millions of farmers, as much as NGOs contribute in a very effective way, but when you're talking about these kind of numbers, these kind of significant interventions to change the paradigm, the government should and must be in the lead, and that's very heartening to note. Let me now invite our discussants. We've run a bit over time, so I'm going to request them to kindly take about 6 minutes each to look at what is the hope here. I mean, all three of them are outstanding professionals and researchers in their own fields. So to looking at it from your own prism of hope and sustainable development and the challenges that confronts us, how do we take this forward? Is this something worth taking forward? Does it give us the right kind of solution? Is this the one? Or are there other ones that you would like to share your insights on? So let me start by inviting Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, the founder and CEO of the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to participate in the session. Many thanks to Dr. Ravi Prabhu and Mr. Vijay Kumar for their very comprehensive presentations. I recognize that we are short of time, so I will keep my comments brief. Mr. Tripathi at the outset set out, the need for us to stop talking and start acting, especially in this decade for action. But in this decade for action, I see three parallel sets of actions that have to happen, but they will be less effective if they happen in silos and more effective if they happen in an integrated way. One set of actions from 2021 to 2030 has to be about the fight against climate change. Another set of actions has to be about achieving the broader set of the Sustainable Development Goals. And the third set of actions is towards fulfilling the Sendai framework on disaster resilience, particularly with regards to making our communities more resilient. Now, if you look at these global benchmarks, so to speak, and the attention that is being given, and you start converging them, you realize that here the issue of more sustainable agriculture lies at the heart of disaster resilience, lies at the heart of the response to climate change, and lies at the heart of fulfilling broader sustainable development goals. Let me just illustrate with a couple of examples. Just last month, my organization CEW brought out the first installment of what will become India's climate risk atlas. And we found that in the last 50 years, about 40% of India's districts are either shifting from being traditionally flood prone to becoming more drought prone, or vice versa. Now, if you are a farmer, then it is very hard to actually plan for your continuing your agricultural practices without taking into account these very dynamic changes that are happening in the very place that you are living and working. Let me give another example. Another recent study that we brought out shows that the water use in our agriculture is so inefficient. We all know this, but it has a severe macroeconomic impact. If we continued on a business as usual, then the lack of allocation of water to more productive purposes could cost the economy about $860 billion in 2030 and $2.5 trillion in 2050. That is the macroeconomic consequence of poor allocation of a critical natural resource. Now, where does all of these broader macro issues fit into what we've been discussing? From both Mr. Prabhu's presentation and the on-ground experiments at scale that are going on in Andhra Pradesh, we see a tremendous potential of using agroecological practices and taking them to scale. But there are some critical components that are still missing in the ecosystem of this transition. Number one, and since even the theme of this conference is partly linked to farmers' incomes, is the issue of jobs and the livelihood dependency of agriculture. In our surveys across rural India that we conduct on energy access, when we cover the largest such set of households in the world, we find that between 2015 and 2018, the majority of households started reporting that the primary source of household income was no longer agriculture. It had dropped from 50% of reporting households to 40% of the reporting. So what you have in effect is a shift away, and this is also what came up in earlier conversations, the shift away of the population, away from depending on agriculture as the primary source of livelihoods, which stands in contrast to the kind of social experiments that Mr. Vijay Kumar is outlining. That here, even landless laborers or landless farmers can begin to see new opportunity in agroecology as a source of renewed livelihoods. So if we are talking about the household income security of farmers, this might be an area to focus on very clearly, but for this we need the evidence. And just like we've been collecting evidence of the hundreds of thousands of jobs that are now getting created in clean energy, we need to document this in a proper census way of the number of jobs that are getting created through this type of intervention. Because this will add to the other data that is coming out in terms of crop resilience or reduction of water withdrawals or increase in yield and so forth. A second element of this ecosystem is the agro-processing and auxiliary agro, non-agro rural economy. And this is where the link to SDGs comes in, where access to clean energy can then drive productive enterprises in the rural economy, particularly which involve a processing of agricultural products. Again, our research suggests that in rural India, there is a $40 billion opportunity of using clean energy for productive users on farm, and another $13 billion opportunity for using clean energy for non-farm activities. This could be milk chilling, agro-processing, juicing, and so forth. So can we then take these naturally farmed products and put them through a longer value chain of increasing their value while increasing the livelihoods and the and incomes of the broader rural economy? The third element of the ecosystem is going to be financing. And a lot of the work that we have looked at in the past is how savings on, say, fertilizer subsidies could pay off for the transition from chemical farming to natural farming, say in Andhra Pradesh. But even beyond that, there are many other elements of innovative financing needed. For instance, how do you create micro entrepreneurs who would be selling these bioinoculants that Mr. Vijay Kumar was referring to? How do we help the farmer or the landless farm laborer to purchase agricultural equipment or those clean energy driven equipment to increase their role in that value chain? So innovative financing, not just of the sort of base case transition of the farmer, but the broader transition of the rural economy is something we have to look at. And my final comment, and I'll stop there, which is, how do we take these lessons to the world? It is extremely encouraging, at least in the nearly 4 years that I have been looking at this issue that is unfolding in Andhra Pradesh. It is extremely encouraging for where we were to where we are now in terms of many other states in India experimenting with this, and a national level effort through the efforts of NITI Aayog and of course the Ministry of Agriculture to put in place these principles. However, and this is where Mr. Tripathi's role at UN Environment becomes critical. This is where Mr. Ravi Prabhu's role of the experiments underway in many other countries in the world becomes important. And this is where India's role becomes important. We are in 2021, where the climate conference at the end of the year will end with a strong focus in part on nature-based solutions to climate change. Now, of all the other things that we propagate about what is happening in India, clean energy, clean mobility, and so forth, why cannot India take the lead in forming a natural farming alliance of countries to showcase these experiments, do the cross learnings, create the scale that then invites the institutional investors to come in and take this seriously? We've created the International Solar Alliance. I have recently proposed a Green Hydrogen Alliance, but this is something that India can demonstrate in 2021 and kick off that decade of action that, as I said earlier, brings together our response to climate change, brings together our ambitions for sustainable development goals, as well as finally disaster resilience. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh. Let me quickly invite Dr. Doran. I'm really afraid we're running out of time, so we'll have to really keep to the 6-minute time frame. Apologies to Dr. Doran and Dr. Pratap who would follow. Dr. Doran, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, we can.
You hear me? Okay. So, respected chairman and members, I found Ravi's and Vijay's presentation very fantastic in many regards, and I will now try to convey and support their message with my own word and experience. When I started working in India 30 years ago on the technology mission on oilseeds, we were not talking at all about natural farming, agroecological and biodiverse futures. At the time, India was already performing very well in wheat, rice, and sugarcane production due to R&D and incentive favoring this crop, from input subsidy to procurement prices. But this was to the detriment of other agricultural products, especially rain-fed pulses and oilseeds. By the mid-80s, India had become the world's largest importer of vegetable oil to control domestic price inflation and silent consumer movement. 35 later, the overall situation has not changed a lot. In 2017, according to FAO stat data, India was the world's largest net exporter of rice for about $7 billion, but also the world's largest net importer of pulses for $3.7 billion, and of vegetable oil and fat for $10.8 billion. This represents a net deficit of $7.5 billion for these three food items, while per se's imports are expected to be higher as they are still too expensive for ordinary Indians, like fruit and vegetable, which have become almost luxury items. In other words, with paddy, wheat, and sugarcane, India has boosted its domestic production and consumption of carbohydrates to definitely rule out any risk of famine. This is a great success of the Green Revolution and the PDS. In India, Indians are now on a carbohydrate drip, even at the critical times. However, alongside the parallel development of overweight and obesity, as also of pesticide in food, most Indians are still food insecure since they do not have access to a balanced diet for a healthy and active life. One of the most obvious evidence of this failure is India's disturbing ranking in the Global Hunger Index. In 2020, it ranked like Sudan behind Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. The failure or low performance are also elsewhere. On the budgetary front, we know that input subsidy and MSP are growing every year in real terms and to the detriment of agricultural infrastructure, such as canal maintenance, public research, education and extension, or public mandates that should not be weakened but strengthened and developed throughout the country. On the farmer front, despite billions of dollars of input subsidy everywhere, we know also that a deep agrarian crisis has been developing for at least 10 years, with over-indebtedness, costly debt relief scheme, and suicide for those who don't access them. Even those who benefited the most from the Green Revolution incentive are now protesting. Punjabi farmers have been made both dependent and victim of a system that also endangers their primary factor of production, land and nature. Indeed, on the environmental front, the industrial mode of massive production of few commodities leads to an ecological suicide in terms of soil, water, biodiversity, and greenhouse gas emission. This self-destruction of India's agriculture and food economy is what Vijay Kumar and the women self-help group behind him and his team wanted to change, at least in Andhra Pradesh. As economist, but also agricultural engineer, I was really amazed by what I saw in the natural farming field. I was also more enthusiastic. It was confirming, illustrating, and developing my own agronomic vision of highly productive agroecology and my vision of agroecological economics for a much better shared prosperity. Let me elaborate a bit before concluding. Agroecology and natural farming invite us to completely rethink and reinvent the way we boost land and labor productivities in agriculture. They invite us to move away from the agronomic and economic logics of industrial agriculture for good reason I discovered in the past 10 years. Industrial agriculture is an economic and ecological dead end for small-scale farming. Let me recall here the two fundamental principles of industrial agriculture. First, a labor productivity mostly based on economy of scale, the profit driver of any industrial activity. In other words, if you want to make profit, you need to specialize in a few standardized mass production to ease and make cost-effective their mechanization and robotization on large surface areas. Second, a land productivity based on input intending to increase the yield of these few standardized mass production. Laboratory genetics, groundwater, fossil energy, chemical fertilizer, or growth hormones, pesticides, or antibiotics. Such inputs are expensive but very effective if you have a large area or a large number of animals to amortize their cost. This recipe of industrial agriculture has worked very well in my own country. From the 60s, French farmers began to specialize and to massively use modern inputs, and the survivor was those who managed to increase the size of the farm, now more than 55 hectares on average in France. These bigger farmers now earn as much as in the non-farm sector. But their number has also fallen drastically since the 60s, as in other OECD countries where farmers now represent less than 3% of total employment. Large farm with almost no farmer but robots, this is the recipe of industrial agriculture. In India, on the other hand, we have embarked on industrial agriculture, but the size of farm has decreased instead of increasing, falling to 1.08 hectare on average in 2015. And this won't change much in the future. In 2050, the Indian workforce will reach about 1 billion people. If only 20% of them are still in agriculture, compared to about 45% today, it will mean 200 million farmers as today, with 1 hectare to crop on average. Faced to this Lewis trap, as I
Dr.
call it.
Doran, could I request you to kindly close because we are running out of time, please.
Okay. Faced to this Lewis trap, as I call it, agroecology could convert the burden of small-scale farming into a comparative advantage. Agroecology is a science, a movement, and a practice that is subject of multiple definitions. For my part, I suggest the following simple definition: a land and labor productivity no longer based on a few large-scale monocrop production and the intensive use of water, fossil fuel, chemical molecules, and laboratory genetics, but on a mosaic of localized agroecosystems that each in their own way stimulate biological synergies between various plant and animal species beneath and upon the Earth's surface. From soil fungi to cereals, pulses, and trees, from bacteria or earthworms to bovine. And now the final sentence. As shown today by Vijay Kumar and Ravi Prabhu, and compared to the current technocentric industrial agriculture, this agroecology has the potential to be, 1, at least as productive in terms of useful biomass per unit. Second, more resilient to economic, climate, and biotic shock. 3, more labor-intensive than capital-intensive. And 4, most important, more profitable for farmers if the quality of the food is fairly priced on local and international market, along with a joint production of environmental goods or services that are of local or global value, such as drinking water, biodiversity reservoirs, soil fertility, nutrient recycling, pollination, fight against diseases of food, mitigation and adaptation to climate change. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Doran. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. Apologies for cutting you short. Let me invite Dr. Tej Pratap, the Vice Chancellor of GB Pant Agricultural University, which has been a hotbed of imagination and progressive thinking in terms of agriculture. And I purposefully kept you to the last so that you could clearly reflect on not just the presentations, but also the ideas put forward by the other discussants, and then give us a broad overview of how you see this progressing in the context of the challenges that India faces. Dr. Pratap, the floor is yours. I don't hear Dr. Pratap. Is he online?
I am unable to see his name in the list of people here. I did get a confirmation from his office that he would definitely be there today.
No worries. So we'll move forward, and in case he does sign on, then before we close, it will be wonderful to have him share his insights. So let me not take any time in trying to summarize the session. I'll do that at the end. Let's use the next 15 minutes or so to have an open house, because there's a lot of wisdom in this virtual room, and let's hear from people, but kindly keep your comments to just 1 minute. Raise your hands. As you can see on your screens, there's a raise hand icon. Just press that, and I will invite you to speak. I still don't see any raised hands. If anyone wants to share their insights or any comments.
Can I ask something, please?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I'm just very intrigued by the concept of dry sowing. So is it that the moisture that is available when seed is coated with different concoctions of cow urine and cow dung, does that help in the seed germinating? And where does that water come from?
Let me invite Mr. Thallam to quickly respond to that.
Yeah, Deepak ji, I can share, some of our hypotheses. We are doing a lot of research in there are two stages. One, what kind of water is available below the soil, in the seed, and there are microbiological processes which are enabling the seed to germinate with very little water. But after it germinates, there is another system operating. And again, at this stage, it's a hypothesis. And I wish Walter Jena was here. I mean, he's the one who inspired us to do this. So the hypothesis is the regenerative agriculture enables the leaf structure to be a little different. There's still a hypothesis at this stage. And they're able to harness the water from the air. In tropical countries, we have 50,000 parts per million of water in the air, which is equivalent to around 10 rivers of water in the air. So why should we have droughts? Why should we grow only one crop in a rain-fed area? So this is the basic breakthrough that we have had to be able to harness through agroecological practices, this wealth of water in the air. Now we are doing research to find out which factor is contributing to the germination and what is happening after germination. But these are both processes which are happening below the ground and in the shoot system. So at this stage, I can't say anything more than that. But, we already have 100,000 farmers who are practicing it, who are extremely happy. And next year, my plan is to take it to 300,000 farmers so that it becomes a part of the protocol in the natural farming itself. It is a breakthrough in the whole world, first of its kind. And I would welcome anyone interested in seeing this and also wanting to work with us to sort of figure out how it is happening. Because this is something, when I spoke to African countries, Mexico, they're all interested in this. So I would be very happy if the scientists here and other practitioners like to work with us, like to understand this. We'd be extremely happy to share our results. I've already posted 2 videos in the chat box. You can actually see them. But we are still, in the process of conducting research. We don't have all the answers.
I would request Dr. Prabhu to take it up very seriously because he is also very keen on this and he is running an international institute and program. It would be very useful if he can participate in that. Besides others.
They're our partners. I mean, we don't do anything without Ravi's, okay. So
Sure.
he is very
Thank
deeply
you.
involved
Thank
in
you
this.
so much. We have quite a few raised hands. So if you would kindly indulge me, let me invite Professor Nayak. You have raised a hand.
Thank you so much for this invitation.
I would kindly request anyone not speaking to kindly mute your microphones so that we can hear Professor Nayak. Thank you.
It's a great privilege. Science is always on the right track, but I'm only worried about the policy issues. Why can't policy understand science? For instance, we have been talking here that diversified farming is the key, and we had examples, we had theories, and Dr. Tripathi yourself said the planet doesn't need us, we need it. So, and Mr. Vijay Kumar saying that it is just for us, it's just not for ourselves, it's for everything. If you want to survive, then adopt this before it is too late. This is the only way to reverse climate change. So while science is very, very clear, there's no hypothesis anymore. Agroecology, FAO has done enough and more work to show that case. I think let's not waste our time to say it is still to be determined and all that. I think there are evidences. The incomes are also going up. On my own farm, which I have been trying for the last 4 years, it has gone up to 40,000 rupees a month per hectare. So it's doable to 60,000, 70,000 rupees a month. So it's evidences that they're enough, but the issue is why is policy not able to adopt this? For instance, your national policy guideline for farmer producer organization is asking for one district, one product. How does this contradict with our understanding of diversity farming and smallholder farmers? I think these are questions the scientists often do not have these answers, but there has to be intermediaries who understand science and policy to reflect. And I think Ashok Dalwai should be able to answer this and take it forward to the government of India. Thank you so much.
Mr. Tripathi, you are on mute. By the way, Dr. Dalwai is raising his hand as well. Yeah, I just wanted to alert you on that.
Let me quickly, Mr. Dalwai, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make observations. First, Mr. Vijay Kumar, of course, is a very passionate, committed person to natural farming, and he's the one who has been taking this forward much against a lot of resistance. Now, I'm not fully converted to this idea. I'm just aware that Indian soils require soil organic carbon. I'm also simultaneously aware, and the conference since yesterday has been talking about incomes for the farmers. The issue is, how do you reconcile the need for increasing the productivity and simultaneously incomes for the farmers? And this is against the background of inelasticity of land. In India, 46% of our geographical area is under agriculture. This is much more than the global average. We now need possibly to reduce the area under agriculture and simultaneously release the surplus land for animal husbandry, fisheries, etc., so that we get more nutrition and then simultaneously higher incomes for the farmers. So what I would really suggest is that science has to come forward to provide us evidence that in the long run, we will be able to sustain higher volumes of production based on productivity. So I think we should be very cautious, because I'm aware that all the state agriculture universities who keep on recommending the package of practices, along with the agrochemicals, they always insist on farmyard manures. Unfortunately, declining livestock population and bad management is reducing the availability of the farmyard manure. And no farmer today, by and large, is adding farmyard manure. So I think at the science level, where we know that plants pick up the nutrient based on ions, whether it is coming from the agrochemicals or from the organic manure, the plants really do not differentiate. What is important is from the soil structure management, where organic carbon is required. So I think a little more of science evidence is required so that we can aggressively promote this particular natural farming or organic farming without compromise of the quantity. I think that is what is our concern, and particularly based on the estimates of demand for food by 2030 and thereafter, we should not be falling short. And as Mr. Amar was talking about, yes, the policy has been responding. For example, we have brought in natural farming, we have brought in organic farming. There has been a response, but to have a more robust policy, more aggressive programming and implementation at the field level, we certainly need a national agriculture research system to come out with evidence. I've had a lot of interaction with some of the institutions, but they still are not able to suggest what are the right varieties, what are the right breeds, which can be actually organically practiced, and over the long run, we do not compromise the quantity. I think that's the concern. So I would only just, I thought I'll make general observations that as a recommendation from this national dialogue, let's not be too blind, but we can make a cautious recommendation in promoting the natural farming over the long run. That's the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dalwai. I think the point is very well made that science has to speak for itself, and when science speaks, it must speak on evidence. So I think, and as Mr. Vijay Kumar mentioned earlier, while responding to Dr. Pentel's question, even he himself mentioned that it's a hypothesis. They're still looking for the answers as to why does this work. So I think we're all in alignment on that. Before we close, we have 6 more minutes. Let me quickly invite Mr. Nafis. You have a raised hand.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say very, very interesting presentations. But again, contrasting it with the earlier presentations that we've heard over the last couple of days, where there's been a recognition that diversification is important, but also commercialization of agriculture is important. In fact, contract farming is posited as being absolutely essential for Indian agriculture moving forward. Now, there seems to be a tension between commercialization and essentially having what's been described as small-scale peasant farming. How do you reconcile, or how do you think the policy framework needs to reconcile that particular tension? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also see a raised hand from Dr. Prabhu. You wanted to add something?
Yes, Chair. I actually wanted to just respond on a couple of points, agreeing wholeheartedly with the substance and of what Mr. Dalwai was saying. But his point on we need to reduce the amount of space under crops so that we can use there are options for that while increasing soil organic carbon and productivity. It's a very simple, I'll leave you with a very simple picture. A normal annual crop, uses about 30 centimeters of the space below the surface, and up to 2 meters above, depending on the crop, maximum above the surface. When you add other life forms like trees or shrubs in this, the roots go down to up to 5 to 10 meters. So you're pumping up nutrients from and if you get the synergy between the trees and the crops, you are providing both nutrients and water, and we have proven this is not new science. This is proven science to the crops. You just need to manage light for them. The advantage under the current global warming scenarios is that you can reduce temperatures by up to 4 degrees Celsius. So you can mimic, other ecoclimates or the previous climate when you needed it by managing the canopy. So all of this has been proven. What we lack truly is evidence at scale, and there I would agree with you that at landscape scale we do not have at the moment. Landscapes where we can walk with policymakers for 3 hours and see the effect of this. The problem is you see, a 10 square meter plot on a farm or on a station, and you say, interesting, but you move on. So I think, this is the advantage, I think the brilliance of what is happening in Andhra Pradesh is that you can see this at scale, and then we can see large N trials of what this means, not just for the ecosystem, but also for productivity and for farmer welfare. So I would agree with your points, but I think we are much further along in terms of the solutions that we could provide. And the science is almost there, but the practice is not yet.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prabhu. I think that brings us to the close of the session. Let me try to bring out the essence of what we've all heard. We had 2 outstanding presentations on the principles and progress on our broader understanding of agroecology. And then, of course, we heard from Mr. Vijay Kumar on what's happening in Andhra Pradesh, things that they understand, things that they don't understand but witness. And of course, they're trying to find out why it works the way it works. And I think that's very honest. And then, of course, Dr. Ghosh brought out some very important issues. I will paraphrase what he said by saying he's basically putting forward a glide path. If you are making policy for today, we must have the glide path in mind as to how policy responds to 25, 2030, whether it's the Sendai framework or whether it's climate change or whether it is the SDGs, because they all converge. Whether we see it that way or not, they all come together. If we don't deal with climate change, there will be no sustainable development happening anywhere. Because we know that disasters are going to strike at a rate never seen before. I will draw your attention to some of the massive forest fires we are seeing. The United States, where I am based at this time, lost 5 million acres of productive land to the fires that was raging for almost 4 months. In 2015, Indonesia lost 6 million acres of forest and peatlands. The bushfires in Australia, the flood and the weather disturbances that we see in India, especially Kerala, is a case in point. When the first big flood happened a few years ago, people talked about, oh, this is a once in a 100-year flood. Then 3 years later, we saw another one. In the Caribbean, if you look at the hurricanes, the ones that made it to the history books, 18th century, 19th century, 20th century, you would find like one every century. Now, this century, we've already seen 5 of them. And every time they come, they deplete the national resources in a way that even middle-income countries cannot spring back from. And now COVID has laid it bare that even middle-income countries can't manage their debt. So they're into a debt trap now of not of their own making, but they are, and that's a fact of life. So that's, I think, we need to really look at all those things. And as Kissinger famously said, that the analyst has all the information and data available to him to take a call, whereas if you're a statesman, you just take a call on your gut feeling. Unfortunately, that luxury is not available to policymakers, as Dr. Dalwai very rightly pointed out, because he has to look at the entire spectrum of what if. That's how you make policy. You don't make policy on hope. You make it on, yes, hope, but also what if. And then that's a big what if. And that's why we need more science and more evidence based on science. Evidence based on observation is already there. It's happening. I was myself actually in Andhra Pradesh a few days earlier in the tribal areas where they declared 93 bio-villages. And I had the privilege, and I say privilege with a lot of humility, not because it is fashionable to say so, looking at the tribal women, each one standing up and proudly talking about the crop cutting experiments and how their input costs have dropped by 80% and how they're producing, in some cases, especially millets and other so-called superfood, 200% more than what they produced earlier. And women after women after women. So it was not like somebody had parroted them to say something, because I'm a very, very cynical researcher, because I understand, and having traveled a bit around the world, that evidence is not always what it seems. So I'm very critical in terms of my outlook and understanding what's going on. And I walked away so humble that, we get together around these wonderful settings and we talk about risk. And that's what I hear heads of states, governments, ministers, all the time. People talk about risk. You talk to chairmen and CEOs of banks to find the money for sustainable finance. They keep talking about risk and reward. And here there are women, illiterate, hardly went to school. They've done something for 40, 50 years. That's their domain expertise. Their resilience is between one crop cycle to the next crop cycle. Otherwise, their families don't eat. And they are willing to change behavior. That's worth saluting. And that's worth learning from. If we don't know enough, we need to double down and find why does it work? And how do we replicate? And as Dr. Ghosh pointed out, here is a great opportunity for India to be the world leader, actually, because there's nowhere on the planet, and I can tell this because this is what I do for a living, that nowhere on the planet there's anything at this scale happening in terms of farmer to farmer propagation of natural farming. And then let me close by putting a paradox into your view. When we don't understand the price of water until it is avoided cost. So when we run out of water in our multi-storied buildings in cities, we pay 5,000 rupees. That's the average cost around India for a 12,000 liter water tanker, because we can't survive without it. But as the Niti Aayog report points out, the one that I referred to in the opening, we spend about 3,500 liters to produce 1 kilo of rice. And that we sell for 60 rupees. to countries abroad, or if it is basmati, maybe 100 rupees. So that's what we are selling 3,500 liters for, virtual water as it is more popularly known. And so where is the economics of that? And so we really need to look at these system scale solutions that are confronting us, that are staring us on our face, and see the opportunity for what it is. Maybe we need to be a little more braveheart, maybe take a little more risk, and look at the evidence, even if it is observational, but make it so that we understand the science behind it, and take it as. But it gives me great pleasure to greatly appreciate the work of the government of India, the government of Andhra Pradesh, and several other governments on behalf of UNEP for the work that is going on. At the opening, I talked about air pollution. While it is a fact, the Global Burden of Disease report talks about 115% increase in outdoor pollution, but it also talks about a 64% decrease in indoor ambient air pollution, which is very, very damaging for mothers and children around the country. And in that, I would really like to recognize the pioneering work done by the government of India, especially in these energy efficient cook stoves and spreading it around the country. And the Ujjwala scheme that has reached now 80 million women and counting. And this is something that Dr. Ghosh would understand because his organization has done substantive research on this. Now, when these things started, the energy efficient cook stoves around 30 years ago, or Ujjwala around 7 years ago, people were very skeptical. Oh, this is not going to work. You can't do it. People are not going to change behavior. Or in the case of the Ujjwala, of course, people can't buy the next one. Yes, there are always challenges whenever you think of something at system scale, but the results are there for everyone to see. That while the challenges are always there, if we really buckle up and look the problem in the eye, we find solutions. And as an ancient civilization, India has a lot to offer to the world. And I mentioned those two examples because that very nicely fits into what's happening in natural farming. There's a world of skeptics out there, but the believers are making change happen. So let's give the believers a little more strength and let's take a lot of hope from them. Thank you.
Chair, with your permission, I wish to draw your attention to one raised hand, that is Peter Kenmore.
It wasn't there before. Yes, Mr. Kenmore, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Sri Tripathi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Sorry. Most of what I was going to say has been covered very well by yourself and others, and I just wanted to recall now several decades ago, but not surprisingly, also in Andhra Pradesh, when we began working directly with farmer field schools and farmers in those days dozens, now as we've heard in thousands of villages. Scientists were skeptical that farmers would understand trophic levels and interactions between predators and pesticides in their own rice fields. Yet we found farmers were tremendously excited by the concept and eager to discover and demonstrate to themselves how it worked. And this was pretty sophisticated ecology, talking about 3 trophic levels instead of 1 or 2. But it did explain why the insecticides were inducing pest outbreaks of things like plant hoppers in rice. When you think about policy and you think about evidence, all very well, all of course necessary, but at the same time, farmers also are doing science in their fields, and they must learn how to, they must be supported in learning how their fields operate. And a policy change and reform is not simply about an academic debate or a debate in a room where policymakers sit, but it's a debate that goes on in those farmers' fields, among farmers, between farmers and aggressive sales personnel from pesticide companies, but also farmers and extension workers. And the more that we can equip farmers to make discoveries in their own fields, adapt any kind of technology. You can talk fine about broad adapted varieties, certain kinds of technologies or machines, fine, but they'll all have to be changed and adapted by those farmers. And I think anything that can support that, and obviously Sri Vijay Kumar's tremendous work now in APCNF, but in earlier generations of his work as well, has done this tremendously. And it's important that the quality of what goes on, that it is enabling, empowering, and enabling farmers to have those, to ask those scientific questions, to test it for themselves, to discuss it among themselves. Often farmers who are not literate at all, but are able to talk about what they see in their own fields with a vocabulary that includes concepts that are then supported by the kind of specialists who are very well-meaning but can't possibly get to the field more than once every 1 to 2 months. You have to have something that keeps that dialogue going. Just as we've enjoyed this dialogue this afternoon, farmers have dialogue that will keep going among themselves and between themselves and a whole variety of variously self-interested experts from outside. That's the place where the kind of adaptation that Professor Amar Nayak was talking about, that's the kind of work as an outside specialist that Dr. V. Raghunathan, former plant protection advisor, governor of India, who's also with us today, practiced in my experience 40 years ago in places like Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. In any case, that's something that has to be thought about in policy, not simply something that's econometrically elegant. Thank you very much, Shri Tripathi, for the chance to intervene at the end. I apologize for being so late in that.
No, not at all. Thank you, Mr. Kenmore. Very, very useful insights. I see that Mr. Vijay Kumar wants to say something, but we also have to close. So let us close with the last word from Mr. Vijay Kumar.
No, I just wanted to say that farmers are scientists. The evidence of 700,000 farmers cannot be discounted. There is a need for dialogue with farmers. We cannot say they are illiterate, they don't know what is happening, and those who have got PhDs or MSCs are the ones who know. So I think we should drop that arrogance, have a dialogue, respect their knowledge, and they are taking a risk with their livelihoods. It's not publishing a paper. If the crop fails, that farmer is going to incur a loss. So why will 700,000 farmers change what they have been told for 40, 50 years? Why will they do this? So that is what I just want to say, that we should respect farmers, respect their knowledge, respect their way of acquiring knowledge, and recognize them as scientists. And I think, and there's a need for dialogue. We have a place, they have a place, but I like what Peter said, dialogue. So let's have a very active dialogue, and let us be ready to revise what we thought was, gospel truth, but it's not okay with the planet. The way we are doing agriculture is the most destructive force in the planet for humanity. Nothing will happen to the planet. It is we who are going to suffer. So, I mean, it's not the last word. I just wanted to really say that, I believe farmers are gods, scientists, trainers, risk takers, entrepreneurs, and very well integrated with nature. So let us respect all this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay Kumar. Thank you, everyone, for a very engaging and insightful discussion this afternoon. And thank you, Niti Aayog and FAO, for inviting me to be a part of this. And thank you to all our presenters and discussants for bringing out the insights so very well. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. Thank you very much for chairing this session. I wish to thank Mr. Vijay Kumar and Dr. Ravi Prabhu for making excellent presentations. And also I wish to thank the discussants, that is Dr. Ghosh and Dr. Dorin. Today's sessions were very engaging, all the three sessions. And tomorrow we begin again at 2 p.m. And the sessions for tomorrow are structural reforms and governance, climate change and risk management, and water in agriculture. The sessions will start at 2 p.m. Tomorrow afternoon. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow again. Have a good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Namaste.
Namaskar, Vijay. Good morning. Thank you very much for educating us. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No, Ashok, any case, we have to work together.
Yeah.
I have to educate you and you have to educate me.
No, I provoke you so that I get better insight into that. It's just that. That's all. You are a policy maker, so you know more than me.